χωρίς οικονομία ή οικονομία χωρίς περιβάλλον δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει.
Μας βοηθάει οικονομικά και ενεργειακά. Μας δίνει διαφορετικά σενάρια και συμβουλές, ώστε να πάρουμε σωστές αποφάσεις, να έχουμε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα στη δουλειά μας.
Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται η τεχνολογία και χρειάζεται να βγάλουμε ένα πλάνο του πώς θα καλλιεργούμε για τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια, για να μπορέσουμε να επιβιώσουμε και να μείνουμε στην καλλιέργεια του κυταριού.
Θα βοηθήσει όλους τους αγρότες, άσχετα από την ηλικία που έχει ο καθένας, γιατί είναι μια πλατφόρμα εύκολα προσβάσιμη σε όλους.
Μειώνει τα περιττά έξοδα και φέρνει ένα καλύτερο αποτέλεσμα, με καλύτερες αποδόσεις.
Άρα έχουμε εύκολη εισαγωγή δεδομένων, αξιόπιστο αποτέλεσμα.
Ένα εργαλείο εφαρμόσιμο, πρακτικό, σύμμαχό τους μέσα στο χωράφι.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
2 minutes, please. People, take your seats. We're going to start in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much.
Παρακαλώ κυρίες και κύριοι, μπορείτε να καθίσετε, θα ξεκινήσουμε σε 2 λεπτά.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Όταν δεν φυσάει, έχουμε ενέργεια. Καλά, τα φωτοβολταϊκά δεν κουράζονται όλη μέρα στον ήλιο. Όταν έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια, μπορούμε να τη βάζουμε σε βαζάκια για άλλη μέρα.
Στην πράσινη ενέργεια όλοι έχουν απορίες. Και εμείς στη ΔΕΗ απαντάμε με δέσμευση και έργα. Στην παραγωγή
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you today to our 9th Sustainability Summit for Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean. First, a piece of news to let you know that the Prime Minister, who we did have on the agenda for today, is not going to be joining us because he is in the Middle East participating in the events that are unfolding as we speak. Hostages, I believe, already being released by Hamas. The first 7 have already been released. So wherever this peace process is leading, it's on the way, underway, and we should celebrate that. But it's our loss, I'm afraid, that we won't have the Prime Minister with us today. So our byline for this 9th Sustainability Summit is seeking a new balance amidst a derailed green transition. That's quite a powerful statement. It had seemed for some years that the green transition was heading in a single direction, that this was a task of persuading global populations, and little by little they were being persuaded. But it does seem that we're facing something of a backlash at the moment, and that will be one of the themes of our discussions today and tomorrow. The most recent surveys across Europe show that willingness to pay higher prices to mitigate the effects of climate change has declined over time and across all age groups. The environment and climate change have sunk down the list of priorities for European voters from first or second in 2019 to 9th or 10th today. The latest survey data from the UK government reflects a slow but steady downward trend in support for renewable energy over the past 5 years, though overall support remains high. and strong opposition is still vanishingly small. And yet, investment in adaptation and mitigation strategies is growing at pace. Sustainable technologies are benefiting from economies of scale to become commercially compelling, while renewable energy capacity is rising steadily, both in absolute terms and increasingly as a percentage of the overall energy mix. Consumers are adapting their behavior in recognition of a new reality, eating less meat, recycling more materials, and embracing more sustainable products, such as electric vehicles. Even in the US, where the shift in the rhetoric coming from the top has been so dramatic, 1 in 10 new cars sold is fully electric. The percentage of renewable energy in the US energy mix is steadily increasing and is currently at around 25%. And most Americans still favor a greener future. Green tech and sustainability are also critical geopolitical themes. China, the world's biggest emitter of greenhouse gases, is racing to become a leader in green tech, mostly solar power, energy storage, and electric vehicles. China's clean energy sector, for example, accounted for 9% of its GDP in 2023. It owns more than 80% of global solar manufacturing, which means that it has twice the share of the solar hardware market as the entire OPEC Plus cartel has in petroleum. China is a monster polluter. It's also the world's leading electro-state. So what's going on? Why do we see this apparent gap between populist rhetoric and facts on the ground? What's missing from our governments and companies' public messaging strategies? And what are the risks of backsliding in our commitment to decarbonisation? What role are companies and our public bodies and our consumers, both in Greece and the wider region and around the world, playing in making our economic habits sustainable? And what more should they be doing? Today and tomorrow we'll be exploring these issues in the company of some very fine speakers. They come from government and academia, businesses and consumer groups, and from all over the region and further afield. Before we hear from them, let me introduce you my co-chair for this evening, a name and face familiar, I'm sure, to all of you. Welcome, Andreas Papandreou, who is a professor at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens and co-chair of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network in Greece. Andreas, would you like to come up and give us some words? Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair, for that nice introduction and also for putting the frame to this 9th Sustainability Summit this year. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my honor to welcome you to this significant gathering where we come together to address the complex and fast-evolving landscape of sustainability. I'm here as co-chair of Sustainable Development Solutions Network Greece, which has been partnering with The Economist over the years to provide you with this venue. I welcome this year some new partners that we have. It's a great honor to have with us CSR Hellas, EXED, National and the Kapodistrian University of Athens, and Global Compact Greece Network. They are already involved in shaping some of the themes in the discussion today, and I think will strengthen our overall themes going forward as well. This is, as we said, the 9th summit, and I want to thank The Economist for wonderful sustainable cooperation over the years. Thanks to the ministers and to the distinguished speakers here. A special, always warm thanks to Nektaria Pasarivaki. She's the heart and soul of these conferences and her amazing team. Special thanks, of course, to all the sponsors. Now, the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network was launched by the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and Jeffrey Sachs in 2012. And its main objective is to set up, which it has done, a network of universities and scientists that are meant to engage with civil society, with the business community, and help develop practical solutions to actually attain the Sustainable Development Goals. SDSN Greece is 8 years old. Many of the themes of the conference are areas of our research, policy, and educational activities. Now, we meet this year in a world still shaking from aftershocks, not from one event, but from many colliding crises. Across continents, the once solid consensus around climate action is cracking. Denialism is back in the mainstream. Hard-won environmental standards are under attack. And in some places, leaders are deliberately pulling back from global commitments. The return of Donald Trump to the global stage is more than a policy shift, it's a signal. A reminder that even the idea of shared responsibility is under strain. Many of the basic values that underlie sustainability are under attack. And this comes at a time when cooperation is essential, with fewer than 1 in 5 countries currently on track to meet their 2030 climate targets. Here in the Mediterranean, those tremors feel stronger than ever. Climate-driven migration, water scarcity, economic fragility all converge in our region. Yet our potential remains vast. Last summer, among the hottest ever recorded for the Mediterranean basin. But this region has always been a bridge between continents, between cultures, between eras. It can be again a laboratory for resilience, a hub of clean innovation, a model for turning shared risks into shared purpose. We must face the paradox of our time. On the one hand, progress is real. Renewables are scaling faster than ever. Global energy investment is projected to reach $3.3 trillion in 2025, with around $2.2 trillion directed to clean energy. Investment in the electricity sector is now 50% higher than spending on oil, gas, and coal combined. These are extraordinary shifts. Yet on the other hand, emissions remain stubbornly high, fossil fuels still hold deep structural advantages, and global cooperation, the foundations of climate progress, remains fragile. That's why the next phase of climate action must be pragmatic with purpose. We need to focus on what works and connect climate action to people's daily lives, to energy, cost of living, and jobs. Because households, farmers, and small businesses experience this transition most directly through energy bills, transport choices, and employment. Durable solutions demand not just technology and finance, but trust, legitimacy, and political courage. None of this can happen without rethinking education, not just in schools and universities, but within companies too. Sustainability must become a core skill, not a side issue. Yet every survey shows only a minority of business schools have fully integrated sustainability into their core curriculum. That must change if we want leadership that truly understands the transition in all its complexity. We are halfway to 2030, but progress on Sustainable Development Goals is far behind. Some of the world's hard-won gains in poverty reduction, equality, and food security are being reversed, deepened by climate and geopolitical shocks. If current trends continue, nearly 600 million people could still be living in extreme poverty by 2030. Yet the SDGs remain our clearest roadmap, a blueprint for a fair, prosperous, and sustainable world. And already discussions have begun about what comes after 2030, how to build on their legacy, adapt to new realities and address emerging challenges like digital transformation and planetary resilience. This is not failure, it's maturity, a recognition that sustainable development is not a finish line, but a continuous journey. The road ahead will not be easy. These aftershocks, political, social, and environmental, will keep testing us, but they do not define our future. What will define it is how we respond, our ability to face hard truths without losing hope, to ground ambition in realism without surrendering ideals, and to build alliances even when the world feels fragmented. If we do that here in the Mediterranean, at this crossroads of continents and challenges, we will show that sustainability is not a casualty of crisis, but a pathway through it. And we will prove that the vision behind the SDGs, a world that is prosperous, just, and livable for all, remains within reach, if we act with courage, imagination, and unwavering commitment. Thank you very much. Please, Alexandra.
Thanks very much, Andreas. Well, we'll move along and invite to address us Sophie Daskalaki-Mytilineou, who is the chair of the UN Global Compact Network here in Greece. Sophie, you're joining us remotely. You're very welcome. Please take it away. Thank you.
Hello, you can hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thanks.
I'm very glad to be with you today, but I will turn to my native language. So, kalimera.
Good morning. I'm deeply sorry I'm not there with you. Due to unexpected events, I had to be away. I would like to welcome the opening of the conference. It is a pleasure to be here as the President of UN Global Compact Network Greece at a two-day event of discussion that raises crucial questions for business and suitable development at a time when entrepreneurship faces unprecedented setbacks and challenges. Recent policy shifts, especially in the United States, are undoubtedly shaping a more complex landscape for sustainability commitments, corporate sustainability, and multilateral cooperation. Although these developments bring uncertainty, they do not lessen the need for responsible business action. Addressing the effort towards a sustainable future requires the adoption of an integrated model of leadership, one in which government, society, and business coexist and cooperate. As a national network of the UN Global Compact, we acknowledge the concerns expressed by businesses and other stakeholders. We actively participate in assessing the impact, seeking strategic solutions, and securing that our mission remains steadfast. After all, the United Nations are not defined by the policies of any single country, but are founded on a series of core resolutions of the General Assembly that reflect values such as human rights, labor standards, environmental protection, and the fight against corruption. Allow me to convey that despite opposing voices, both from our own experience and from the international arena, it is clear that responsible entrepreneurship and sustainability are more relevant than ever in addressing today's global challenges. From the recent members' meeting here in Greece, in Athens, and the discussion on the implementation of the CSRD in the first wave of companies, one clear message emerged. Businesses remain firmly and unwaveringly committed to sustainable development, with a conviction that adopting a sustainable strategy will lead to a future competitive advantage. If we look at the UN Global Compact Global Research CEO Study 2025 presented this year during the United Nations General Assembly, we find that 88% of CEOs state that sustainability now creates more value than it did 5 years ago. while 99% respond that they will remain or even expand their commitments despite global challenges. So we are facing a paradox of opposing forces, perhaps, yet despite differing political and national positions that may complicate aspects of sustainability, businesses continue to invest in sustainable development and in a future of shared prosperity. Regulatory uncertainty and instability in trade and investment are real. However, companies that have invested in sustainability remain focused on long-term competitiveness and resilience. And today, more than ever, this perseverance and consistency matter. The private sector is a vital solution partner. Obviously, businesses alone cannot solve the problem we face. Cooperation among all parties, globally, at the European level and across nations is essential, especially, if I may add, in the Mediterranean region, where challenges are shared, from climate change to migration and the two ongoing wars in our area. Businesses need supportive environments. They need multilateralism, stability, and rule-based cooperation. The UN Global Compact is moving towards this direction, supporting companies in their transition towards sustainable business practices. It provides a value-based system for sustainability and an approach grounded in 10 universal principles. The UN Global Compact Network Greece stands by Greek enterprises with tools, guidance, and opportunities for collective actions, contributing to their future resilience and to the redefinition of their role in society. Ladies and gentlemen, I will rest my case with the thought that this age of doubt must not become an age of inaction. It can become an era of new collective leadership where businesses prove themselves to be a force of positive change. Now it is the time to move forward. We owe it to the generations to come. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best with the conference.
Very, very much, Sophie. Let's move along to our final speaker of this introductory session. Alexandra Pali is the president at CSR Hellas. Alexandra.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Dear Mr. Ross, Professor Papandreou, Nectaria, Sophie, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor for me to be here today to open the Economist's 9th Sustainability Summit for Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean on behalf of our network, CSR Hellas, an organization that for a quarter of a century has stood for a simple yet transformative principle: that progress and responsibility must go hand in hand. This summit has always been about asking the proper questions and questions that matter. So today, those questions are sharper than ever. How can we sustain growth in an era of global realignments and disruptions? How can we finance the green transition without aggravating social and economic inequalities? How do we make sustainability not merely a goal, but a shared language for citizens, for entrepreneurs, for businesses, for governments? These are not abstract questions. They will determine whether our economies are prepared for the future or just overtaken by it. For Greece and for our whole region, the answer begins with resilience. Resilience is not simply about endurance. It is about reinvention. It is the capacity to anticipate, to adapt, and to act with foresight. And that is precisely what sustainability is all about. It requires a new model of leadership that unites economic vitality with environmental balance and social trust. When our network, CSR Hellas, 25 years ago was founded, it was founded by visionary CEOs, from institutions, also the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also the Federation, the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises. And it was born with a shared conviction that economic success cannot endure without social conscience. It was the moment when Greek business and policy both recognized that responsibility is not a cost, it is capital. That conviction has now become global. Across the world, companies and governments are redefining value. From Europe's Green Deal and the rise of sustainable finance to Japan's circular economy and the United States clean tech investments, not anything else, the message is the same. Sustainability is the new competitiveness. It is the driver of innovation. It is the measure of trust in markets, and it is the foundation of long-term prosperity. The path ahead, of course, is complex. It will demand cooperation across all sectors, transparency throughout supply chains, education that equips the next generation not only to succeed, but to sustain. Yet, within the complexity lies opportunity, the opportunity to lead with integrity, to align technology with progress, to make resilience not only a strategy, but a shared identity. Resilience and sustainability together define the journey towards economies that grow without leaving anyone behind. It's about societies that advance without losing their compass. What we have learned from the past years is that the future will belong to those who combine ambition with accountability and those who turn commitment into action. In this context, it is imperative for our country to design and implement a national strategy for sustainability and responsible entrepreneurship, a strategy that will establish the framework for a fair and inclusive transition of all enterprises, large, medium, and small, towards a new competitive, resilient, and responsible business model. Let's be the shapers of the future. Thank you once again for listening, and thank you for inviting us and being here as your partners.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, that's the end of our opening session, and I think we can consider this Congress well and truly open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
You.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
See you shortly. Okay, let's get straight on then with our first panel of the day. One of the contradictions, one of the difficulties at the core of sustainability is how you load up the investment required to bring about the transition we're all looking for, but maintain competitiveness and profitability at the same time, which are both commercial and political necessities. In our opening session, we're going to look at that, but in the context of Europe. Europe has a battle on its hands to remain competitive on a shifting global scene, and this is made all the more complicated by the requirement that Europe has imposed upon itself to be a leader in the green transition. So we're going to talk about that in this next session. We have a fantastic lineup of guests who I'm delighted to welcome to the stage, starting with Katerina Yushchenko, who is the former First Lady of Ukraine and a member of the Nizami Ganjavi International Center. Welcome, Katerina. I'll get you to explain what the center is in a second, but please come and join us. We have Csaba Kőrösi, who is the former President of the United Nations General Assembly and a member of the Nizami Ganjavi International Center. Would you like to take a seat there? Volkan Bozkır, who is the former president of the UNGA, former Minister for European Union Affairs for the government of Turkey, and a member of the Nizami Ganjavi International Center. And last but by no means least, Sir Partha Dasgupta, who is Professor and Fellow at the University of Cambridge. You're all very welcome. It's fantastic to have you here up on stage with us. We're going to go down the line and just give some introductory words, some initial thoughts. But before I ask you to do that, Katerina, perhaps you can just tell us a little bit, just very briefly, about the Nizami Ganjavi International Centre, what it is, what it's for. Thanks very much.
Of course, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Economist Impact and Nizami Ganjavi International Center for bringing us here together today. Nizami Ganjavi for the last decade has brought together world leaders, former presidents, prime ministers, ministers to come together and talk about the challenges that face the world today, that talk about the many issues from security and climate to war and economics and social issues, and to try to add some wisdom from former leaders to current leaders. And so they have had many different events in many different countries over the years, every year in New York and Baku, but then many others. And so they bring together some really great leaders.
Excellent. Would you like to give us your opening thoughts on...
So again, I'd like to thank you for bringing us together and to give me the opportunity to speak from the perspective of Ukraine, because Ukraine is a country that's fighting for our survival, but also fighting for a vision of a sustainable and competitive Europe. When we talk about sustainability in Europe, we often speak in the language of targets, regulations, and technology. But for Ukraine, sustainability has become something far more immediate, a question of our survival, for our people, for our land, and for our shared European future. Before Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine was emerging as one of Europe's most dynamic leaders in renewable energy and climate adaptation. We had one of the fastest growing renewable sectors in Europe, solar fields in Mykolaiv and Zaporizhia, wind farms along the southern coast, and bioenergy and small hydro projects across the country. By 2021, renewables made up over 13% of our electricity generation, and plans were underway to integrate hydrogen production and storage for export to the EU. Our goal was clear: to decarbonize while modernizing, to turn the energy transition to an engine of competitiveness and independence. But then came the war, and with it the destruction not just of lives and cities, but of ecosystems and green infrastructure. The Kakhovka Dam explosion unleashed one of Europe's worst environmental disasters in a decade, flooding towns and farmland, destroying irrigation systems, and leaving toxic sediments across the Dnipro basin. Coal mines in Donbass have flooded, contaminating rivers and groundwater with heavy metals. Millions of hectares of farmland are mined and unusable. Solar and wind farms, once symbols of our clean energy future, have been occupied or destroyed. And the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, under Russian military control, remains in constant danger for all of Europe. The Russians have been breaking all international protocols in Zaporizhia, and they have also threatened, as you have heard, Chernobyl power station as well. So this is what we call ecocide, the deliberate assault on nature as a part of war. It reminds us that environmental security and human security are inseparable. And yet, even under bombardment, Ukraine has not abandoned its green vision. We continue to align our energy strategy with the European Green Deal. We continue to see ourselves as part of Europe's defense and Europe's green future. Because Ukraine is not only a victim of environmental aggression, Ukraine is also a future asset for Europe's competitiveness. We have some of the best conditions for renewable energy in Europe, vast plains for wind, abundant sun for solar. We have the potential to become a major producer of green hydrogen and reliable supplier of critical raw materials, such as lithium, graphite, rare earths that are essential for Europe's clean technology. In agriculture, Ukraine can pioneer climate-smart farming to strengthen Europe's sustainable food security. So rebuilding Ukraine is not only about reconstruction, it is an opportunity to build back greener, smarter, more competitive for Europe and for not only for Ukraine, but for Europe as well. And this brings us to the central paradox that we are discussing today. Can Europe stay competitive while leading on sustainability? From our perspective, the answer is yes, but only if Ukraine is a part of the equation. Integrating Ukraine into EU's energy and economic systems expands Europe's capacity, resources, and markets. Investing in Ukraine's green recovery will show that sustainability and competitiveness can reinforce each other and cancel each other out, not cancel each other out. By holding Russia accountable for ecocide, Europe will defend not only Ukraine's future, but its own credibility as a global climate leader. Ukraine should not be Europe's burden. Ukraine is Europe's green opportunity. If Europe truly wants to lead on sustainability and remain competitive, it cannot do so without Ukraine. Because Ukraine's victory in this war is not only about land, about borders, or about sovereignty. It's about the survival of a model, one where freedom, sustainability, and competitiveness strengthen each other. A Ukrainian victory will secure Europe's clean energy future, protect its environment, and prove that democracies can defend both security and sustainability at once. Ukraine's victory will make Europe stronger, safer, and greener. It will show that sustainability is not a luxury of peace. It is a foundation of lasting peace. And together, we can transform the destruction of war into a model of resilience. One where victory for Ukraine means a sustainable, competitive, and secure future for all of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I say it's always a pleasure for us to welcome a representative from Ukraine as a representative of European values. We very much welcome that. So thanks very much for your intervention. Csaba, across to you. Give us your thoughts, please.
Thank you much, Alistair. Ladies and gentlemen, as we heard from Mrs. Yushchenko, the dilemma which is in the theme of this panel, the competitiveness and sustainable development, is in reality a trilemma. How to reconcile strategies, plans, and roles in the context of sustainable development, competitiveness, and security. And it's very, very up to date today. Years back, I was co-chairing the UN negotiations that produced the SDGs. And I can tell you that at that time, we had ample calculations about the potential impacts and what does it take to implement the SDGs. And I can share it with you that at that time, we calculated that about $92 to $95 trillion of investments will have to be reoriented in the forthcoming 15 years, from 15 to 30, in order to make something similar what we agreed upon. It means that sustainable development was about transformation of the markets. Reshaping markets. Once markets are reshaped, it is very important to decide what is the role you are assigning to yourself as a country, as company, as region, in this reshaping world, reshaping markets. Would you like to be a kind of market leader, certain segments at least on the market, or you'd like to be a kind of follower who buys the technology, who follows the trends that is being shaped by someone else. So it also came out that if 20th century was the century of oil, which determined the alliances, determined the peace and war in many cases, the 21st century is pretty much dominated by who can dominate the technology markets necessary for sustainable development and the supply chains and the implementation of those technologies. So who can be a leader and trendsetter on the market in the era of sustainability transition. Of course, it takes investments into technology, supporting transformation. It takes investments to production capacity, regulations favorable for transformation, shaping international rules and standards, and make sure that your rules and standards are being embraced by the world. And of course, as it was said in the opening panel, education that shaping public norms. Now, we have three major economic centers in the world, the US, Europe, and China. They have very different responses for this trilemma. If we look at how they react, we can understand some of the potential pathways. The EU has been losing competitiveness in the last 20 years, unfortunately. And I can say, because I'm the only representative of an EU member from this panel, it is facing grave security challenges, as we just heard from Katerina, both in traditional terms and newly emerging polycrises as well. And still has the most progressive sustainability regulations, though it started scaling back some of the ambitions, but it has limited capacity to turn domestic regulations, European regulations, into advantages in the market, namely enforcing or letting others embracing the sustainability standards upon its among our global economic partners. So the EU's leading role today is more diplomatic than technological, which is a big caveat. The current answer in Europe, therefore, is, while retaining long-term sustainability ambitions, it is now reconsidering short-term ones. In terms of competitiveness, there is a very serious thinking how to improve it significantly in medium terms, because you cannot do it overnight. And of course, the demand of the day is to beef up security and defense capabilities and rethinking the security architecture of Europe, but it takes at least 10 years. So the strategic answer would be, out of the three pillars, this trilemma, seeking a workable combination of the three. Now, how the US reacted to this situation. US is definitely, under the current administration, turning away from the sustainable development regulations and sustainable development technology markets as well. So the consequences is the US is gradually losing market shares on the sustainable development related technology markets, but is very strongly searching new cutting-edge technologies in market positions, namely AI-powered high-tech. So how China also has its own way filling the deserted leadership roles that was left vacant by the US or the EU in the last couple of years. So China is now a global player, increasingly shaping global development agenda. But coming back to Europe, and I know I'm running out of time, sorry for dragging it so long. Europe is very much for the decarbonization, but it takes annually 750 to 800 billion euros to be invested, which is about 4.5% of the European GDP. It's a lot of money. And if you add that security considerations imposing on us to raise our defense expenditure to 5% of the GDP, it's an enormous task at the same time. So public money is not enough for these goals. So the major task ahead, and I'm going to finish with that, slow down or reverse innovation gap with US and China, achieving cheaper energies, because European companies are now paying 158% higher for electricity and 345% higher prices for gas than the American competitors, beefing up research and innovation. It's basically doubling the share in the budget. Harmonization, industrial competition and trade policies, harmonization of European climate and industrial policies, and creation a European industrial policy. Last but not least, Europe may have a new advantage in the near future if we can go beyond GDP, and it will be accepted and implemented globally, how we count prosperity. If success is measured through methodology of integrated impact and assessment, considering simultaneously the flow and stock of human, social, natural built and financial capitals as an overall wealth of nations, Europe may have a new advantage. But I'm sure Professor Dasgupta will speak about natural accounting, and that is a very significant part of the potentially future economics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Csaba. Let's move straight along to Volkan Bozkır, please, your thoughts.
Thank you. It's a privilege to address you today on the topic that is both timely and critical. I brought you greetings from Istanbul, where I live, and of course, being in Athens has been a pleasure all the time. As we stand at the crossroads of economic growth and environmental responsibility, we must confront the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead. Of course, understanding the green paradox is the first issue we have to deal with. The term green paradox refers to the dilemma faced by nations and industries as they strive to implement sustainable practices while maintaining economic competitiveness. Europe has long been at the forefront of environmental initiatives, championing policies aimed at reducing carbon emissions, promoting renewable energy, and fostering sustainable development. However, the question remains, can we lead in sustainability without compromising our economic vitality? On one hand, we hear compelling arguments that Europe's green regulations create unacceptable costs for businesses already struggling with high energy prices and global competition, that we risk carbon leakage where industries move production to regions with weaker environmental standards, and that in our well-intentioned rush towards sustainability, we might actually be undermining our industrial base. On the other hand, we face undeniable environmental realities. Europe is the fastest warming continent on the planet. We are witnessing accelerating climate change, devastating biodiversity loss, and severe pressure on our water resources. The European Environment Agency's most comprehensive report delivers a stark assessment. Despite progress, the overall state of Europe's environment is not good, and it is degrading, and it poses a direct threat to our economic prosperity and quality of life. So we find ourselves at a crossroads, facing what appears to be an impossible choice. Do we protect our planet or our prosperity? Europe has made significant strides in its commitment to sustainability. The European Green Deal aims to make Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050, setting ambitious targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, enhancing biodiversity, and promoting a circular economy. This vision is not just about environmental stewardship. It is also about creating a resilient economy that can thrive in a rapidly changing world. However, as we pursue these goals, we must recognize the potential challenges as well. Stricter environment regulations can lead to increased cost of business, which may in turn affect their competitiveness on the global stage. This is particularly concerning in industries that are energy intensive or reliant on fossil fuels. Yet we must also consider the opportunities that sustainability presents. The transition to a green economy can drive innovation, create jobs, and open new markets. By investing in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and green technologies, Europe can position itself as a global leader in the emerging green economy. Research shows that companies that prioritize sustainability often outperform their competitors in a long run. Consumers are increasingly demanding that environmentally responsible products and businesses that adapt to these preferences can gain a significant competitive advantage. Moreover, as other regions of the world begin to adopt similar sustainability goals, Europe can leverage its expertise and innovation to export green technologies and solutions. Our transition towards a circular economy represents another powerful competitive opportunity. By designing out waste, keeping materials in use, and regenerating natural systems, we don't just help the environment, but we build greater resource security and reduce our dependencies on imported materials. The European Commission projects that this circular transition could create 500,000 new jobs in the European circular economy by 2030. And this is sustainability that directly creates employment and economic value. The balancing regulation and innovation is one of our tasks. To navigate the green paradox, we must strike balance between regulation and innovation. Policymakers must create an environment that encourages businesses to invest in sustainable practices, while providing the necessary support to transition smoothly. Governments can offer tax breaks, grants, and subsidies for companies that invest in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable practices. And by reducing the financial burden, we can encourage businesses to embrace sustainability without sacrificing competitiveness. Public and private sectors must collaborate to fund research and development in green technologies. By fostering innovation, they can create new industries and job opportunities that align with our sustainability goals. As we move towards a greener economy, we must ensure that industries and workers affected by this transition receive the support they need. This includes retraining programs, financial assistance, and resources to help them adapt to new markets' realities. The challenges of sustainability are not confined to national borders. Europe must work collaboratively with other regions to address global issues such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and resource depletion. By fostering international partnerships, we can share best practices, technologies, and strategies that benefit all. Moreover, Europe should advocate for global standards and agreements that promote sustainability while ensuring fair competition. By leading the way in international climate negotiations, Europe can set a precedent for other nations to follow, creating a level playing field for businesses worldwide. So in conclusion, the green paradox presents both challenges and opportunities for Europe. While the path to sustainability may be fraught with difficulties, it's also a chance for innovation, growth, and leadership. By embracing sustainability as a core principle of its economic strategy, Europe can ensure that it remains competitive in the global marketplace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Partha, not long ago the UK was indeed a member of the European Union, no longer is. What's your perspective from outside the European Union, but very much part of Europe?
Right. Well, don't blame me.
Don't blame me either.
Can everybody hear? I mean, Voice carrying to the back. Well, thank you very much. What I want to do is to just simply reflect on the question, does environmental leadership foster green growth or limit economic development? One of the questions that's raised in this session. I think the coin with which we judge economic progress or regress that we economists have inflicted on the rest of the world is dead wrong. We economists actually practice economics very badly. GDP is the coin with which we judge success, and it was never intended to be that, and it isn't that. It isn't that for two reasons. First of all, GDP is a flow, so many dollars per year, and you can never judge future possibilities by looking at flows. You need to look at stocks, because it's stocks of assets which harbor in them future possibilities. So naturally, the right thing to do is to look at evaluation of stocks. We should be looking at wealth, inclusive wealth, stocks of capital assets, which includes not just produced capital and human capital, which are usually in the economist's agenda, but also natural capital, which is one of the aspects we are looking at here. Mother Nature's objects out there, forests, rivers, coastal assets, and so forth. There's tons of literature now on this, and I have, in my limited way, contributed to trying to bring natural capital in the foreground, adding to it. But in any case, it's inclusive of natural capital, that's point number one, and point number two, that it ought to be the stocks of capital as opposed to flows. And the United Nations Environment Program has actually made considerable progress in trying to estimate the inclusive wealth of nations, that is, inclusive of natural capital. They used to have an annual publication. I think the last publication I saw was in 2022 in charting the development of natural inclusive wealth per capita across countries. We often, in all these meetings that I attend, we are often come up with the problem of where to find resources to shift attention away from the direction that we are moving to the policies that we ought to follow. Namely, if we want to move away from GDP growth, so thinking of development in that form, to inclusive wealth, as to whether wealth is increasing or not, would it not cost something to the world? Well, it will cost two things. First of all, psychological cost, shifting away from what you thought was the thing that really mattered for you to something that really does matter for you. It itself requires education, conviction, to recognize that it is it is the right way of going about things. And it's the right way of going about things. I think one way of trying to explain it is to think of what a householder regards as improvement in the conditions of the household. It will not be looking at the income flow, but it'll be looking at as to whether its total assets are increasing or not. Are we wealthier rather than whether we are richer? For the global economy, and that's where I think an international cooperation is required hugely, and I think we are really missing out on some things, so let me try and share some ideas of where I would like to see some serious international cooperation. It has to do with the fact that there's a huge amount of that are wasted. And I want to point to one which is really staggering. The annual value of merchandise that is shipped across the open oceans of the world is approximately $10 trillion. Okay? And yet, nobody pays for the privilege of sailing across the seas. That's an asset owned by humanity, if you like. Mm-hmm. That's the right way of putting it. I'm talking about the open seas now. I'm not talking about the coastal plains. Nobody charges for it, and yet we can collectively charge for the use of the oceans. If you had a piece of grazing land and somebody wants to graze his sheep there, wouldn't you charge a rent? And yet we don't charge ourselves the right to cross the seas. Now, at $10 trillion a year of merchandise flowing, at 5% we could collect, I mean the human economy, could collect $500 billion a year. Now think of what we could do with that. To come back to sustainability, one immediate expenditure could be to buy off Brazil in not further damaging the rainforests. Brazil and other countries, those countries which house global public goods, but they're within national jurisdictions, they can legitimately say, and they do say, why should we be responsible for maintaining the world? And we need to develop, we need to keep our citizens in good shape. So why we need to be compensated? And yet it was always the compensation problem that crops up and says, where is the money? And yet, as I suggested just now, immediately we can raise about $500 billion if we really put our mind to it on an annual basis, and then use it for sustainability, programs of sustainability. So there are two things that I want to conclude with this. One is that the coin with which we judge sustainable development has been chosen badly. It should not be GDP per capita growth. It should be wealth, inclusive of natural capital. And the other is that sustainable development requires us to think always of paying for what we use. Whoever uses something should feel some pinch, so to speak, because nothing is free. And we think in terms of taxes and subsidies when it comes to distortions created on assets which are going for free. But then there are certain types of distortions which are so hidden that we don't think about them. And I wanted to point to the fact that the oceans, open oceans, are there and we don't charge for it. And I'm not talking only about the environmental implications of traffic along the oceans. I'm talking now about the rents that we ought to collect. And then perhaps part of the rent could be there to protect the environment and buying off countries which are depleting global public goods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Zapata. I reflected of that 10 trillion in goods that's out on the open oceans. Probably 3 or 4 trillion is on Greek-flagged ships. So perhaps this audience has a particular sensitivity when it comes to that topic. It's an excellent arena in which to raise the point. Thank you very much for that. I let you all talk because there was a lot of really, really interesting stuff being said. I hope everybody could follow that, but it does leave us very little time for questions. But I do want to come back to you with one question very briefly, and I'll ask you to be really brief, just a few words in your responses. One of the things it's been very clear from the start was going to be required to deal with the climate crisis is multilateralism, is a more global, a more multinational approach to regulation and to the response, partly because of this competitiveness question. Why should I lose competitiveness when some other part of the world isn't participating in the battle and is gaining ground on me? We're in a rapidly changing world, and one of the things that's changed is the attitude in the United States, the policy approach in the United States to this question. And I think we've seen, from what was probably already a fairly reluctant response, we've seen a shift towards a very pragmatic, very short-term response to the climate issue, which is we don't need to do anything for the moment. We need to drill, and we need to use all the oil we've got and all the gas we've got and take full advantage. So very briefly, this isn't an opportunity to knock the United States, but it is an opportunity to give your comments on where you think this is headed. How should Europe be responding to this new challenge into the whole global question of the response to climate change? Let me start with you, Zapata. What do you think? What's the European response to the latest twist in American policy?
I think thank you very much for asking the question. It's really relevant. It's important to recognize that the coin with which you respond is to be decided upon first. And the coin, as I was arguing, should be from Europe's point of view, the inclusive wealth of European wealth. It's that which should be used as a basis for judging what's best. Now, of course, if the other parts of the world bent on destroying the world. There's nothing very much you can do. By using the right measure doesn't guarantee success of life. That's for sure. It's just that that's the weapon that you have that's most effective from your point of view.
It's like a Ricardian.
That's exactly right.
Advantage. Yeah, Volkan, your thoughts?
Of course, here is the question of multilateralism you have mentioned, and unfortunately, we're trying to solve the problems of the 21st century with the 20th century tools. And we are facing a new reality where multilateralism is threatened in a way by unilateralism, or the way, the new style, which in my 55 years of diplomatic and political life, I've never seen such. So I think we have to adapt to this or create a new platform where solutions to problems could be found easy. Europe has an important role here, but Europe doesn't show the solidarity and power in finding solutions to problems. It has its own problems,
indeed,
where it doesn't show the picture to the rest of the world that they are sufficiently powered to go for it. And of course, the other problem we have is we are creating so much sophisticated papers from very sophisticated people around in the United Nations, Europe, everywhere, but it doesn't reach to the people on the street. People on the street need to have different styled prepared papers where they can understand. We're talking about the SDGs. If you ask the ordinary people, what is the SDGs? They say, all of them are very good. Which one do you prefer? I prefer all of them. Yeah. So there must be a two-line traffic of documents where we must reach the people. Without the people, we can't solve the problem. So we must make the people understand the problem like we do, and then attack the problems.
Well, that's a whole new area of discussion. So I hope we'll be addressing that. Andreas was talking earlier on about the importance of education. That will be one of the sub-themes, I'm sure, of the day ahead. Shaba, your response.
Alistair, your question about what to do with the climate change mitigation and the different attitudes of different countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about global common goods, which have been impacted by the activities of all of us, to a different extent, but by all of us. If we pretend that we don't pay attention to the impact of our activities to the global common goods, we may believe that it will pass away, but unfortunately it will not. The so-called externalities of our actions, be them positive or negative, now we are talking about negative externalities, do not only remain with us, but they accumulate and they even aggravate each other. So that's why these aggravated and aggregated externalities, we call them today climate crises, water crises, food crises, pandemics, and many others. So we either acknowledge that all our activities have externalities and we are responsible for those externalities and we have to address those externalities, or problems will grow over us. That's why I'm very much supporting the notion of let's start a new economic thinking, which is not only thinking in terms of GDP, it's a very important part of our realities, but let's start calculating all the values, what we create, and all the values, what we destroy or consume. The balance of the two will be the result, what we call development or regression. Europe, I think, will need to lead the way on this thinking.
Okay, Katerina, this question of unpredictable, let's put it, US policy may be slightly sharper for you than for the rest of the panel, but limiting yourself to the context of our discussion, which is the European response to the green transition. What are your thoughts on the direction that American policy is taking and how Europe should respond to that?
Well, first of all, regarding Europe, I'd like to say that maybe the war would not have started if Europe hadn't sent Putin $1 billion every month for the purchase of oil and gas. And as a result, that has caused over $71 billion of environmental loss in Ukraine, and 4 million acres of our land has been contaminated. And so I think that Europe has a responsibility and should continue to do this. We do not expect much from the United States in terms of this support, but we do hope that over the next, that Europe and the United States will work together to provide us not only with the weapons that we need, but even more so in terms of putting sanctions on Russia, and as well as putting sanctions on those countries and companies that continue to buy oil and gas from Russia, which is financing the ecocidal war in Ukraine.
Okay, thank you. Well, each of you deserves a long conversation on your own merits, and unfortunately we don't have time for any of that. But thank you very much for your very thoughtful and pointed points that have really got us going, I think, in the conference. For now, we've run out of time for this panel, so thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panel. Thanks. Next, I'll be handing over to Andreas to take us through the next panel. Thank you.
So let me call to the floor Pavlos Mylonas, Chief Executive, National Bank of Greece, Michalis Stassinopoulos, Executive Director, Viohalco, Chairman, Elvalhalcor, and Dimitri Papalexopoulos, Chair, Titan Group. Pleasure to have you with us. Yeah, you can decide your order of sitting.
The difficult decisions.
Difficult decisions, yeah. I think the previous session was a good warm-up to some of the issues that we're going to be discussing presently as well. I switched to Greek since we happen to all be Greek here. Η πράσινη μετάβαση δεν είναι...
Transition is not just an issue of environment, it is an issue of power, of industry, of strategy. Subsidies, taxes, new technologies change again the rules of the game. The US changes its course under Trump. China prevails in terms of clean technologies, and therein Europe tries to find a balance without losing its industrial basis. So this is the challenge that we'll be discussing today through the eyes of their industry, of the financial organizations and policies. So let me give the floor to Mr. Pavlos Mylonas. Which are the main risks for European investors and exporters in an environment of different ambitions, and how all those investments need to be guided in this new fragmented landscape. First of all, thank you for the invitation. As mentioned by the former speakers, by the previous speakers, this is a hard question and hard times, because Europe already has a very heavy financial model influencing the competitiveness of its industries and the ambitious agenda on sustainability, which makes the landscape even heavier. Recently, we've been aware of such burden, of the burden of this ambitious agenda on the shoulders of European enterprises, the European economy, by and large, the European citizens that actually react, and there have been several reactions that generated political changes that will somehow keep this agenda back. Some figures to put the context of this discussion. European policies involve the invoicing of the use of the emissions, rather. There is the EATS system representing $95 per ton of CO2, covering practically half of the emissions in Europe. In the US, there isn't such a federal system. There might be one in several states. In California, $36 versus 95, covering in total 25% of all US emissions. In China, 50% of the emissions, however, against $10 per ton. You can see the differences and how it may differently impact the inflation and the competitiveness of enterprises, of European enterprises mainly. And again, the changes in terms of the regulatory system, which creates further difficulties. The EU strategy. The EU is an entity importing energy. And of course it wishes to become independent in the long term in terms of energy, based on nuclears, on RES. So the transition is the point, as mentioned by former speakers. Who is going to pay for this transition? This is a discussion that hasn't taken place. The average citizen is not aware of it, and now that they are getting into this spirit, they react, and their high costs involved, so states are not prepared to finance it. So this is the point. So getting to the next day, it's not an easy task. So which is the direction to go ahead? We need flexible policies and compromises, of course. We need to compromise somehow. Protectivism in terms of the carbon transport adjustment, which industries, how will achieve it, and so on and so forth. The more competitive enterprises, that are energy intensive, will need it. Is it so? How will it be applied as of 2026 onwards? This is a hard endeavor, which is going to be financed. How all those subsidies will be rolled over? Through bonds, federal bonds? Are we mature enough as Europe to proceed with such an endeavor? And of course, we need a steady regulatory framework, reduction of the bureaucracy involved. The last EU legislation excludes small enterprises from those supervisory measures, and we need more such simple solutions. We need to focus on the important solution of the climate change, and we consider the energy transition, energy costs, and so on and so forth, together with competitiveness, as less important. Instead of considering it as a triangle where all 3 points should be dealt accordingly on an equal basis, so that we are more flexible, more adaptable in order to meet eventual changes and challenges. Second, major design failure, Pavlos mentioned it earlier, the cost and the complexity of the neutral climate neutrality cost was estimated. A Goldman Sachs report concludes that 75% would cost $1 trillion, the rest 25% would cost $25 trillion more. Reaching to the last mile, aviation, rural production, there things get very expensive. So the question is, does Europe have the guts to deliver in this way in an era where we finance defense, we got demographic problems, we strive for energy independence. Third failure, the insufficient extroversion of the entire endeavor. When we started in 19, we had 80 billion of emissions. Last year we had 6. The forecast is that by 30 we'll be at 4%, and will be the less of one of all global emissions by the deadline we have set. This is not the initial schedule. And there's a fourth failure, excessive early investment in specific technologies without letting the market decide which should be those technologies. That was the case with photovoltaics in the past. Thus, enormous amounts were invested, large part of which will be wasted, and it appears that we haven't managed to be part of the solutions as expected. And the fifth failure, focusing on the traditional geopolitical way of operating, WTO, and so on and so forth, instead of getting adapted in a world where geopolitically there are different adverse attitudes, not in the spirit of alliances and of coalitions. So dealing with those design failures as I've described them and eventual solutions might produce better results for our citizens and the planet in a whole. Greece is already represents a minimum of global emissions, and thus we are one of the countries that shall be less affected from the changes, and this is why we need to keep investing in all measures. We are ahead, but we need to keep working on that. Indeed, putting the emphasis on those weaknesses, on those failures of the Green Deal, we may find solutions. It is interesting to see that Green Deal, its philosophical basis is a holistic one. However, take into account your analysis, while we wish holistic approaches, we have missed some kind of aspects of it, safety, the fair transition, and so on and so forth. Mr. Stasinopoulos, how does Europe need to react vis-à-vis the Trump governance policy and the increasing interest of China in clean technologies? Well, I'll be a bit tough at the beginning, because indeed we live amidst a trade war. China is extremely aggressive. I was told the other day that large export companies give 1,000 salaries, 1,000 year salaries for 18 months and such policies. The US, on the other hand, changed its policies, creating a new environment in terms of taxes, a very risky one for different EU sectors and industries. And internationally, we have a quite destabilized landscape. So inevitably, EU policies need to adjust in terms of sustainability, climate sustainability, and financial sustainability as well, taking into account our opportunity to keep pace with the developments. So the issue of being strategically independent as in the core, must be in the core of our discussion, which was a little discussed in the era of globalization, when global trade would gallop. We started discussing it after the crisis of 2018. Nowadays, strategic independence is a hot topic, as it will give us the opportunity to be more productive, will be an advantage in terms of negotiations in a very aggressive and fragmented market. Let me remind you that China was the first to follow this rationale. For the past years, it strived to be the leader in most of the raw material markets. Magnesium could be our case. Unfortunately, they were closed down. That was happened some years ago. Magnesium exists everywhere. We will be unable to build ships, cars, airplanes without, and still we did it. So the strategic choice to become strategic independent imposes for Europe to work on both. Focus on competitiveness, which is somehow a prerequisite of all the above. Defend its industrial capacity. And at this point, let me tell you that I don't agree with all those pessimist de facto concepts that we cannot join those efforts or towards innovation and so forth, on and so forth. We have proved diachronically that we can lead those fields, become international leaders. We already got European industries such as Siemens, Airbus, that are among the most innovative globally. and very green companies. They've become stronger thanks to the Green Deal, and they do harmonize all those principles in different other fields, the metal fields. There's lots of innovation. There are entrepreneurs and enterprises that have a vision of global impact. So being extrovert can give us an additional competitive edge. Thus, speaking about in Europe, that Europe is doomed, can't go ahead, well, are useless. We need to work on improving the conditions, the business conditions, our competitiveness. And let me remind you that a significant group of French-German companies did something which was referred earlier by Mr. Papalexopoulos. There are specific directions to be followed. They've both referred to the financing, conveying a message of optimism. I don't know whether you are aware of the CBAN letter. We'll discuss that later. This is the ideal moment for Europe to lead a new direction, a new way ahead, embracing a different philosophy for the entire globe. However, this new philosophy needs to be connected with in the concept of independence, exploring our sources so that we are less dependent on other technologies. As for a circular economy, which reflects in the best possible way the new way ahead, this economy combines sustainability, less emissions. We may save 250 million tons by implementing stronger recycling projects and policies, combines new technologies, modern technologies, and again, it is in full harmony with the concept of competitiveness. A month and a half ago, Mrs. von der Leyen referred to the Draghi report, speaking about the circular economy that can become the strongest competitive edge of Europe. To put it in practice, beyond declaration, we need urgent policy measures, something where, unfortunately, we're like falling behind. We got a major issue with the scrap and waste. Circular economy can turn all waste in a new source, producing products that can be reused. Due to the loose policies, such raw material is currently wasted. It is important to have a clear circular economy plan in place to enjoy all the advantages, avoiding for them to generate excessive profits for specific enterprises. And of course, Europe lags behind because of bureaucracy, absence of harmonized practices, of coordination, so we need policy and frameworks to mobilize innovation forces, the educational field, which needs to be on the forefront, there where everything is put in place and mobilized, influencing development, I see nowadays delays and bureaucracy are phenomenon that must be eliminated. Let me mention the aluminum industry that with the creation of a tax code blocks, that is absent, blocks a specific product in a field where China is our major competitor and we can't export. More flexible leadership, everything mentioned by Mario Draghi in the past. To conclude, the strategy currently in Europe will not undermine jobs eventually, will become stronger, will upgrade our cooperations, and this shall be something positive for the entire globe.
Thank you very much. I believe that in this new problem of world segmentation, global world wars, etc., reinforcing autonomy is a message. You combine that with the trend of increasing competitiveness. It's rather pity the fact that Europe used to be a pioneer in RES. Unfortunately, now is lagging behind China. So she needs to find a way to reinforce these industries and enhance competitiveness. I will ask two more questions. Mr. Milona, some financial institutions move away from global institutions. What does it mean for the financing of global transition? How authorities can react in order to have reliable financing in the years to come? Let's start with net zero. Net zero were banks that have promised to achieve some goals to decrease emissions for 2030 and 2050. We had a lot of US banks leaving this alliance, then the UK ones and the rest. The banks that remained, among which Greek ones, will remain in this alliance. The positive things is that we have these directives on paper, and in a few years they will be useful. So we will see new banks coming to this alliance. It's a small part of the puzzle. Banks alone can put pressure on their customers to do the right thing, but overall we are not a big player. For financing banks, if there is sustainable investment, customers think that this is a sustainable investment with predictable cash flows, etc., etc. If everything is predictable, banks will assist. The role of the state is important. A steady regulatory framework. It's quite important. the states are coming back to C funds, which is a more stable tariff. We need to have stability. Rules cannot change from one day to the next. When there is insecurity, there are no investments. Also, we could find ways for smart subsidies from the public sector. How can we find these funds? We need to take them from somewhere else. So I worry more for the funding of the public sector than for the funding from the private sector. The role of banks is important in ESGs as a force, making others be involved in ESGs. When we have favorable funding for ESGs, is important. Mr. Papalexopoulos, CBAN is at a transition stage. It is implemented at the beginning of 2026. How does Greek experiences this transition? CBAM is an integral part of this perception of emissions. Without that, we cannot have big industries sustain in Europe. It is a necessary part. Practically, we all understand that is needed, but it's difficult to see how practically to implement it. So it is attacked from outside and from inside. The third world countries see it as an effort of Europe focusing on protectionism. Some problems are about to be solved because the problems of steel and aluminium are specific. Another problem is exports. I think that Europe shoots her legs by not taking favorable export decisions. We will have it gradually implemented since the 1st of January 2026. So in the first months we will see how it is implemented. Europe has promised that in 2026 it will see the EPS system, will revisit the EPS system. I hear more and more voices saying give us a couple of years with EPS systems before having full implementation. Some others say the way we try to tackle it, there are more efficient ways. Instead of putting 90% decrease of emission by 2040, why don't we put a target of 75% and move forward with the rest later? There are different approaches, and we'll need to see step by step how things evolve. And let me add something to what Michalis said earlier. Circular economy, we all agree, is from the clearest win-win situation. It is an opportunity for the environment and the economy, and few things are needed, regulatory mostly, to move forward. We as industry, we burn millions of tons of waste. So circular economy is a great opportunity for Europe. CBAM is the asset test for Europe if it is implemented properly. If Europe invests in the topics and upgrades, until now we have a lot of problems. Things are complicated. Different countries want special treatment. For me, CBAM, its implementation and success will show if Europe will be able to manage serious issues for its future. In closing, I would like to say is that while I see that we saw a lot of weaknesses and problems we need to tackle, I understand from leaders of industry and finance there is a clear commitment and thoughts for solution. That is a positive message that needs to be conveyed to all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Δημήτρη, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
While they finish taking their lovely family photographs, just to let you know that we now have a coffee break, so we've got 15-20 minutes. Please come back and join us after you've had your coffee. Thank you very much.
I'm Charlotte Howard, executive editor of The Economist. I'm here with Gary White and Matt Damon, who are co-founders of Water.org and Water Equity. So the two of you came together to found Water.org in 2009. What was the problem that you were seeking to solve then?
For me, I had just kind of gotten into this about 3 years earlier and was trying to raise money for direct impact work, like well drilling and things like that. And I learned pretty quickly kind of how complex the problem was, and that wasn't going to get us where we needed to be to solve this in a meaningful way. Though it felt good in short bursts to help, you know, a few thousand people at a time.
Όταν δεν φυσάει, έχουμε ενέργεια. Καλά, τα φωτοβολταϊκά δεν κουράζονται όλη μέρα στον ήλιο. Όταν έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια, μπορούμε να τη βάζουμε σε βαζάκια για άλλη μέρα.
Στην πράσινη ενέργεια όλοι έχουν απορίες. Και εμείς στη ΔΕΗ απαντάμε με δέσμευση και έργα. Στην παραγωγή και στην αποθήκευση πράσινης ενέργειας. Καινοτόμα έργα που αλλάζουν το ενεργειακό τοπίο στη χώρα μας.
φροντίζουμε να βρισκόμαστε δίπλα στους παραγωγούς, σταθερά και ουσιαστικά. Η έξυπνη σπορά έτσι γεννήθηκε σαν ένας τρόπος να τους στηρίξουμε ακόμα περισσότερο, βλέποντας τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν τα τελευταία χρόνια, από την κλιματική κρίση και τα ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, μέχρι την αβεβαιότητα και τις αλλαγές του κόστους.
Δεν είχα συνδέσει την τεχνολογία με το χωράφι και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που υπάρχει αυτή η πλατφόρμα που μπορεί να το συνδέσει.
Πολύ σημαντικό της πρωτοβουλίας της έξυπνης σποράς είναι η εκπαίδευση των παραγωγών μας πάνω στο ψηφιακό εργαλείο για να δούμε μαζί τι προσφέρει και πώς λειτουργεί η πλατφόρμα της έξυπνης σποράς.
Το να έχεις τα δεδομένα σου σε έναν υπολογιστή και να μπορείς από το σπίτι να βλέπεις τις ανάγκες του χωραφιού σου και να κάνεις τον προγραμματισμό σου είναι πάρα πολύ καλό.
Ο στόχος που καλείται να εξυπηρετήσει η πλατφόρμα έξυπνη σπορά είναι διτός. Αφενός να βελτιώσει την αποδοτικότητα του χωραφιού και ταυτόχρονα η περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα. Διότι περιβάλλον χωρίς οικονομία ή οικονομία χωρίς περιβάλλον δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει.
Μας βοηθάει οικονομικά και ενεργειακά. Μας δίνει διαφορετικά σενάρια και συμβουλές, ώστε να πάρουμε σωστές αποφάσεις, να έχουμε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα στη δουλειά μας.
Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται η τεχνολογία και χρειάζεται να βγάλουμε ένα πλάνο του πώς θα καλλιεργούμε για τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια, για να μπορέσουμε να επιβιώσουμε και να μείνουμε στην καλλιέργεια του ψηταριού.
Θα βοηθήσει όλους τους αγρότες, άσχετα από την ηλικία που έχει ο καθένας, γιατί είναι μια πλατφόρμα σε όλους.
Μειώνει τα περιττά έξοδα και θα είναι ένα καλύτερο αποτέλεσμα, με καλύτερες αποδόσεις.
Άρα έχουμε εύκολη εισαγωγή δεδομένων, αξιόπιστο αποτέλεσμα.
Ένα εργαλείο εφαρμόσιμο, πρακτικό, σύμμαχό τους μέσα στο χωράφι.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός.
σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλα ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Όταν δεν φυσάει, έχουμε ενέργεια. Καλά, τα φωτοβολταϊκά δεν κουράζονται όλη μέρα στον ήλιο. Όταν έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια, μπορούμε να βάζουμε σε βαζάκια για άλλη μέρα.
Στην πράσινη ενέργεια όλοι έχουν απορίες. Και εμείς στη ΔΕΗ απαντάμε με δέσμευση και έργα. Στην παραγωγή και στην αποθήκευση πράσινης ενέργειας. Καινοτόμα έργα που αλλάζουν το ενεργειακό τοπίο στη χώρα μας.
φροντίζουμε να βρισκόμαστε δίπλα στους παραγωγούς, σταθερά και ουσιαστικά. Η έξυπνη σπορά έτσι γεννήθηκε σαν ένας τρόπος να τους στηρίξουμε ακόμα περισσότερο, βλέποντας τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν τα τελευταία χρόνια, από την κλιματική κρίση και τα ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, μέχρι την αβεβαιότητα και τις αυξήσεις του κόστους.
Δεν είχα συνδέσει την τεχνολογία με το χωράφι και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που υπάρχει αυτή η πλατφόρμα που μπορεί να το συνδέσει.
Πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι της έξυπνης σποράς είναι η εκπαίδευση για να δούμε μαζί τι προσφέρει και πώς λειτουργεί η πλατφόρμα της έξυπνης σποράς.
Το να έχεις τα δεδομένα σου σε έναν υπολογιστή και να μπορείς από το σπίτι να βλέπεις τις ανάγκες του χωραφιού σου και να κάνεις τον προγραμματισμό σου είναι πάρα πολύ καλό.
Ο στόχος που να εξυπηρετήσει η πλατφόρμα έξυπνη σπορά είναι διτός. Αφενός μεν να βελτιώσει την αποδοτικότητα του χωραφιού και ταυτόχρονα η περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα. Διότι περιβάλλον χωρίς οικονομία ή οικονομία χωρίς να υπάρχει.
Και ενεργειακά. Μας δίνει διαφορετικά και συμβουλές ώστε να πάρουμε σωστές αποφάσεις, να έχουμε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα στη δουλειά μας.
Οπωσδήποτε χρειάζεται η τεχνολογία και χρειάζεται να βγάλουμε ένα πλάνο του πώς θα καλλιεργούμε για τα επόμενα 5 χρόνια. Για να μπορέσουμε να επιβιώσουμε και να μείνουμε στην καλλιέργεια του κρυθαριού.
Θα βοηθήσει όλους τους αγρότες, άσχετα από την ηλικία που έχει ο καθένας, γιατί είναι μια πλατφόρμα εύκολα προσβάσιμη σε όλους.
Μειώνει τα περιττά έξοδα και θα είναι ένα καλύτερο αποτέλεσμα, με καλύτερες αποδόσεις.
Άρα έχουμε εύκολη εισαγωγή δεδομένων, αξιόπιστο αποτέλεσμα.
Ένα εργαλείο εφαρμόσιμο, πρακτικό, σύμμαχό τους μέσα στο χωράφι.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξέλιξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empower. Όταν τίποτα σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops and tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Όταν δεν φυσάει, έχουμε ενέργεια. Καλά, τα φωτοβολταϊκά δεν κουράζονται όλη μέρα στον ήλιο. Όταν έχουμε πολλή ενέργεια, μπορούμε να τη βάζουμε σε βαζάκια για άλλη μέρα.
Στην πράσινη ενέργεια όλοι έχουν απορίες. Και εμείς στη ΔΕΗ απαντάμε με δέσμευση και έργα. Στην παραγωγή και στην αποθήκευση πράσινης ενέργειας. Καινοτόμα έργα που αλλάζουν το ενεργειακό τοπίο στη χώρα μας.
and gentlemen, welcome back.
Κυρίες και κύριοι,
I certainly enjoyed mine, though it was only Nescafe decaf, which isn't probably what you all had. But all the same, it was a welcome break. We have focused so far really on Europe's role, on the challenges that Europe faces in confronting the issues of climate change and sustainability. We're going to narrow the focus now and look more closely at Greece and ask the question whether Greece can take on a leadership role in Europe's efforts at decarbonisation. More than a third of Greek financing from the RRF is being dedicated to green initiatives. So there's a lot of spending, a lot of investment going into the area here in Greece, and yet Greece remains sort of a middling country in terms of performance in European terms on making progress in this area. So I think it's a timely and reasonable question to ask, how can Greece demand a leadership role in the continent in this area? Now, we have a very large panel, so I'm going to invite them up onto the stage straight away. Nikos Tsafos is the Deputy Minister of Energy here in Greece. Yannis Maniatis is the former Minister, Member of the European Parliament and Vice President of the European Socialists for International Relations, Defence, Energy and Security, a title that won't fit on a single business card. Please join me and take a seat. Barbara Morgante is Chief Executive at Enaon, which is the gas distribution company here in Athens. Helena Atousaki is Chief Sustainability Officer at Motor Oil Group. Talia Valkouma is the President and Chief Executive at Faria Renewables. I think the clue is in the name. And Kostis Stambolis is the Chairman and Executive Director of the Institute of Energy for Southeast Europe. Ladies, gentlemen, you're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. Now, there are a lot of us, and as always, our time is fairly limited. So I'm going to ask you, please, to keep an eye on the clock when you're speaking. And if you don't, keep an eye on me, and I will give you a signal to keep your words short. So this is a panel about Greece and about Greece's role within Europe and about its potential to lead the way. So let's kick off with the Deputy Minister. A good place to start, I think. Nikos, will you take us away, please? Give us your introductory thoughts.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for inviting me and for being here. So I will go straight to your question, and I maybe will challenge a little bit the premise in terms of how we see Greece. We see ourselves as being on the forefront of the energy transition. Here's what we're looking at. If you go back 20 years, this was a country that relied heavily on lignite. About 60% of our generation was coming from lignite. We are a country that traditionally has not had resource endowments that fit our energy mix. We're not rich in oil or gas, although we're looking for natural gas. So the domestic thing we had was lignite, and we relied on that quite a bit. Since then, we've had a decline of about 91% in our use of lignite. So it went from about 60% to below 6% right now, mostly replaced by renewables, solar and wind. We are actually, in terms of the penetration of solar and wind, 7th in the world when it comes to how much of our electricity comes from solar and wind. We are a country that has historically been a net importer of electricity. Last year, for the first time in 25 years, we became a net exporter of electricity. We used to import about 18% of our demand. Now we're a net exporter with huge implications for our trade balance. In terms of greenhouse gas emissions, we're about 45% down relative to 2005. Obviously, part of that was due to the economic crisis that hit the country, but the largest part of that was because of the change in our fuel mix. So right now, as a country, the main challenges that we see is, how do we keep going on this path towards exploiting the resource endowments that we have, which is wind and solar. How do we keep investment going and the investment interest? How do we create a market environment where that investment interest can take place, focusing primarily on storage so that we can essentially exploit our solar resources and spread out the use of solar throughout most of the day. We're also very much focused on the stability of our grid. We know that natural gas is going to play a key role in helping us sort of counterbalance renewables, which we also do through trade. We basically, simply put, we export electricity when it's windy and we import electricity when it's not windy. And so on the Greek side of things, on electricity, we're doing quite well. On the other sectors, like other parts of Europe, we're a little bit slower. And there, I would say the name of the game for us is cost effectiveness. You know, it's very easy to say, I want to be a leader in hydrogen or this or that, and spend a lot of money that accomplishes very little. So we're very cognizant that the energy transition has to be cost effective, that we have to be mindful about where we put public money, that we can't invest too much in too many new technologies, that we have to be careful about how we allocate public funds. And I would say that's a huge part of where we are today, is looking at the next tranche, looking at 5, 6, 7, 8 different opportunities where we can put public funds and trying to identify those areas where it makes most sense. The last thing, and I'll end with this, is that we are actually, I would say, one of the we're very active in the European discourse about what the Green Deal should look like. We've been one of the countries that has put on the table the question of integration of European markets and have put it at the top of the agenda. We're one of the voices that talks about the need for technological neutrality and cost effectiveness. We are a country that talks about the need for better market governance as these markets in Europe become increasingly complex. And so we also see us not just trying to implement our own transition here, but really shape what the European transition can look like so that it moves to something that is on a sturdier footing.
Excellent, thank you. And spot on time as well. So, Yanis, welcome back. It's good to see you again. You're very welcome to just give whatever thoughts you want, but I'd be interested to hear your response to the Deputy Minister's
Before responding to the Minister, let me say a few things about the European Commission and speak in Greek. Κυρίες και κύριοι, καταρχήν...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. One sentence for this environment we are discussing about. We have a European Commission we are not satisfied with, and I speak as Vice President of the second biggest party. I express 136 MPs. And we have submitted
τους επόμενους μήνες και άλλες.
An accusation against von der Leyen. The president and the Popular Party need to be clear, where do we get Europe? Will we continue with green transition? Will we have this strategic alliance we had between the Popular Party, the Greens, the Socialists, and the Liberals of Macron, or what we see all these past months? We will have a close cooperation of the Popular Party with the extreme right parties of Europe. We highlight that the narrative should change. A second remark. We have been pioneers in green as Greece. In 2014, we were the best in per capita production of energy from PVs and the 7th best in Europe for the production of energy from wind turbines. This is a natural evolution we are underway. The question of autonomy and independence. We always had ambitious targets as a union, and there was a gap below. The tools were not available. There was just a stick telling to the companies, you will decrease the emission so and so. Whereas the United States with IRA would give 500 billion to support infrastructure, Europe had only regulations. This is a dead end. We are here. Mario Draghi has suggested specific things. Hopefully we will hear what he has to say. We support his proposals. But as I said, we don't agree with Mrs. von der Leyen. That's why we have submitted a motion of censure. And something else, we should not replace our dependence from pipelines, from our dependence from LNG from another country. In Europe, we haven't done anything to differentiate our supply. We need to see how to react now. After the election of Trump, the planet is totally different. We don't live in the same circumstances as back in 2024. We need to enhance European institutions. The European institutions of decision-making should be enhanced because Europe is our only hope. It is the home of Greece. It is the home of 450 million citizens, and we need to work towards this direction. I'm sorry I didn't respond directly to your question, but I had these general remarks to make in this.
Let's move along then to Barbara Morgante, Chief Executive at Enaon. I imagine that your thoughts are mainly about gas, but feel free to broaden beyond that within the context of this question about Greece's role in Europe.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yes, we are a gas distributor, therefore we develop networks for gas in the areas, in many areas in Greece. We are present in 9 regions, 115 municipalities, and we continue to invest. Our position is that natural gas will be indeed a transitional technology, but the infrastructures are not. Our infrastructure is already capable to accommodate biomethane. Unfortunately, the production of biomethane is not still an alternative in this country. But there was a boost recently by the ministry and by the authority in order to create the framework and the rules to have the development of biomethane. What we are doing is to prepare our network, which is, as I said, already ready for biomethane, but also for other gases, like hydrogen and other gases which can be created in future. This means that in order to have these blends of gases, the network has to be digitized. And in this respect, we are also have a big plan of smart meters that can calculate the blending in order also to have all the statistics and We are investing we have already, and we will increase the investment in gas leakages, in SCADA systems, all the environment that permits to have a cutting-edge infrastructure and an infrastructure capable, ready for the future, as soon as these new gases will be in place. What is important now is to boost the effectiveness of the production of biomethane, and our pray is to have a scheme which is not too much bureaucratic, especially for small companies and cooperatives. Otherwise, they renounce before starting. Of course, which is the scheme for financial support on national or European resources, and also which is the balance in the investment between the producer and the gas distributor. Because usually, and the statistics demonstrated in Europe, most of the plants producing biomethane are connected with the gas distribution network. We are convinced that an holistic approach is more effective. The three pillars have been mentioned also in the previous panel are affordability for families, for industries, for commercial operators, is the security of supply. And in this respect, we are convinced that in Greece there are many areas where biomethane could be a solution, not only for the circular economy, but also for the transformation of other type of production in some specific areas of the country. That's why we are continuing investing and ready to the future.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed for that. Let's move along to Helena Atousaki, who's the Chief Sustainability Officer, Motor Oil Group. How does a company dedicated to hydrocarbons fit into this vision of a decarbonised future? Tell us.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for having me again, one more year. I think that a company like us, first of all, we're not in the hydrocarbon only, we're a multi-energy company, multi-energy group, multi-output of energy, which is the way forward. What we have managed to do all this time is, of course, to be very close to what's happening with regards to the regulation, geopolitical events. And I must say that sometimes we feel like, you know the game with that walk a frog, with a hammer. So every time that, we manage, let's say, to come up with a solution in one thing, then something else pops up. And as Mr. Maniatis said, now, of course, there are so many geopolitical events, even with Trump, that things have to be taken into consideration. At the same time, of course, as Mr. Tsafos said, we're also trying to be, try to have a cost-effective services. But we cannot wait, I must say. So what we have done an ambitious plan. We have put ambitious targets. So we do have targets for the, scope 1 and 2, 30% down by 2030, and 25% on scope 3 emissions, trying to get to net zero, which I totally agree with Mr. Maniatis that, we have to, as a company, to follow the EU regulations and the National Energy Climate Plan, of course, because this is the way that we create our business plan, okay? But at the same time, there is a huge gap between ambitious and reality. It's a huge gap. And what do we do as a group? Well, we see the three things. We see the impact, we see the risks, and we see also the opportunities. And for that reason, we have taken, I guess, these opportunities to create our, let's say, our new operating model, which is investments on renewables. We have an investment plan by 2030, 4 billion, 2.5 billion is going to go to the low carbon services, solutions and products, which means that we have already started investing, of course, in renewables with more, but also leveraging the joint ventures, okay? So we think that the way forward is not by doing by yourself, you know, it's collaboration. You have to bring all the stakeholders, including, of course, the government as well, okay, including, let's say, even the academia, including other peers, even, let's say, competitors. And I think this is the way forward. So we have managed, let's say, with, for instance, joint venture with PPC to do, to have the Hellenic Hydrogen. We have leveraged the EU aid and the state aid in order to create projects with regards to the hydrogen again. So we are aiming to have an electrolyzer of 50 megawatt. We have aiming to have an electrolyzer of 100 megawatt. We are looking on the biofuels. We were the first in 2025 to produce and actually provide marine biofuel, okay, in Greece. At the same time, we are looking waste to energy. We have acquired Helector, and again, this is something that we are looking as the future. That waste is not only, you know, waste management, but, you know, waste to energy is also going forward. The electrification again. But as I said, on the electrification, we have EV charges more than 1,500. We're aiming for 4,000 by 2030. But at the same time, when you're looking at the National Energy and Climate Plan, they're looking for 460,000 EV chargers, for instance. Okay, I'm talking about more than EV chargers, because there are going to be lots of new cars coming with electricity. Would that be real? We don't know. So what we do at the moment, we just don't want to lose the opportunity. We want to have this first mover advantage, and this is where we think that we're going to be.
Okay, thank you very much for those forthright, honest words. I think this issue of synchronization and coordination is right at the very heart of this question. And I do love talking to energy companies because, you know, this is a debate that gets framed as goodies against baddies. Energy companies are the ones on the ground actually doing the work and carrying out the transition. So that's great. Let's move along then to Talia Valkumo, who's the President, Chief Executive of Faria Renewables. Your thoughts, please.
Okay, first of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for the organization and also to thank you for the invitation. Something that it was of great interest of me was the encouragement through an email to speak in our native languages for the Greek speakers. So it's the first time that I'm going to speak in Greek. Γι' αυτό λοιπόν θα γυρίσω τώρα στα ελληνικά.
So I'll switch into Greek as I'm given this opportunity.
An ability of keeping the language. Θα πω...
So, let me say a few things about our company. Producing energy from renewable energy sources, green energy, with a portfolio involving all technologies, plus batteries, meaning storage and storing infrastructure. And we intend to integrate more because we are looking forward in expanding our RES network. ESG and all other social factors are basic pillars of our concept. Under Article 9 on ESG of EU and sustainability, this is the way we move forward. However, let me be more generic. Speaking about decarbonization, which is an effort to eliminate totally the CO2 emissions. So which aims at dealing with the ultimate impact on the environment and other issues relevant to the climate. So it is very important to switch our efforts and focus on decarbonization. Decarbonization is far more than an environmental necessity for Greece, for all countries having this in mind. Well, we need a strategic development plan, and indeed we have made steps forward. We have set the basis for the future. The minister earlier, Mr. Maniatis, referred to the developments in the past years here in Greece. To what extent Greece can be a model for all other countries? That has been the question in a previous panel. So before answering that, how we can become a model, it is interesting to take a step back and understand what we have achieved. So let me refer to specific actions. In the past 8 years, Greece is considered one of the top countries, having achieved 41% decarbonization together with Portugal, Germany. So this demonstrates the efforts that we have invested. In 2024, concerning the electricity demand, the renewables coverage was more than 90%, whereas in 23 that we had half of these volumes generated by renewables. And earlier on that was 48%. So this alone demonstrates that we have been working hard and that we have achieved to reach specific goals, and we've got the capacity to go even higher. And in terms of legislation, we have the reform of the regulation setting similar targets, and again the support on the part of the government, of the administration. There are financial tools in place for the renewables, the storage of energy produced by RES, while there have been developed, and there shall be more, there have been developed programs for the support of the decarbonized area of specific areas in Greece, in Western Macedonia, in the area of Megalopolis. And it is important to see the situation in the islands. Greece is the first country which is delivering that way in the islands, and indeed it can be a model. To avoid tiring you, well, significant steps have been taken ahead. However, we need to identify our weak points so that we correct them eventually. But I'll get back to that later.
Final speaker, Kostis Stamboulos, who's the chairman and executive director at the Institute of Energy for Southeast Europe. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alistair, for inviting me to this very interesting conference which takes place every year. I would like to speak more generally, stick to the conference theme, seeking a new balance amidst a derailed green transition. Very important, because we are feeling that green transition is being derailed. And the specific theme, decarbonization, can Greece lead the way? I think as far as the second question is concerned, the Minister, Mr. Maniatis, and the other speakers have been very clear. Yes, we are already leading the way. That's not a question if you can lead the way. And we have been leading the way since back in the 70s and early 80s. Because in the 70s, we developed one of the most buoyant solar water heater markets in Europe and worldwide, and we still have a lead. Greece is the third country worldwide in terms of installed solar water heaters, very important. And back in the early 80s, we were leading the way because we had the first photovoltaic plants and first wind farms. But then we didn't follow. It was a big slump. And then again, in the late 90s, early 2000, and more importantly, 2010 onwards, we started really being a lot more active, and we saw the big boom over the last 5 years. So this is the situation. However, there is a disparity in terms of renewables contributing to electricity. Yes, we have reached almost 50%, figures of 2024, covering the electricity needs from renewables, but only 20%, or maybe 22%, and Mr. Tsafos can correct me on that, as far as the total consumption is concerned. And this is going to be like that over the next few years. It's not going to change much because we have a huge transportation sector, and we also have building sector, and we have industry. And most of the energy is generated there. And electricity still forms a small part of the overall energy mix. Which brings me to the next issue, was have we reached the limits of investment in renewables? Yes and no. Yes, as far as traditional wind farms, photovoltaics, and so forth. We have already big curtailment. The curtailments are rising every day. Faria probably knows that very well, which is a disincentive for new investment in the traditional way. So investors coming in renewables will have to look elsewhere, in batteries or PPAs, from the start having a PPA before building your installation, and then move to small hydro, to geothermal, which is very important, and we have plenty in Greece, biomass and biomethane for natural gas, which is very important. Following that, I would like to say that we have to realize the myth of renewables being the cheapest form of energy. Yes, if you take this in terms of capital expenditure, yes, they are moving and costs have really dropped. But if you come to the final cost delivered, renewables cannot really operate without the overall energy system. And the more renewables come, the more expensive it is because they take the cue from coal, from lignite, from natural gas. In the operation system we use now, the target model, this inevitably gives a high price. So what we do, I think we diversify the energy mix. And I'm very happy that this government, together with renewables, is promoting natural gas, which we think we have, at least the seismic data shows that, but it takes a lot of effort to bring this up because the companies have to put investment themselves and they have to secure this investment. So I am optimistic in the sense that if we manage to differentiate our energy mix and increase the local input from gas, then eventually we'll start seeing prices drop. Which brings me to the very last point, that at the same time, while we develop these energy sources, renewables and gas, we must look into energy security. And we must be able to secure the continuous flow of energy at low cost and in a sustainable way, which is the traditional trilemma. Yes, in that sense, we should move forward, but we should try and increase indigenous production from all sources. And this applies not only for Greece, but for Europe as well. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Well, that was a beautifully concise and well-organized intervention, so I'm grateful for that. And I have to say, I feel a little guilty, but when it's in English, I take it all in a little bit more quickly, so thanks. Okay, well, we have just about some time for a very, very quick round of questions. So I'm going to group you. I want to ask a question to our policymakers, first of all. And that is to return to the theme of this panel, which is Greece's leadership role. And the two ways of leading, one is to be at the top of the ranking in various measures. The other is to have ideas, policies, technologies that you can transfer to others so that you can act as a stimulus, if you like, to areas and other countries. In the context of the second of those, Deputy Minister, what can Greece bring to the table in the European context that other countries can learn from?
Yeah, well, I want to pick on both things. One, in terms of technologies, we have a vibrant industrial sector in Greece that is active in cables and pipelines that have traditionally been focused on natural gas but can carry hydrogen and CO2. We have solar water heaters that have been mentioned already. We have a nascent battery industry. We have the building blocks of the transition in terms of aluminum and cement. We have a vibrant minerals industry here that creates a number of the products that find their way into applications for the green and digital transitions. So even though we're a small country and people don't usually associate Greece as being an industrial powerhouse, in our own way we are. We're not incredibly diversified. We don't have, leadership role in, 20 different industries. But in the areas where we do have industrial groups, they're actually quite significant. Even the refining sector, which is something that people in the Greek economy don't talk about as much. Refiners are one of our leading exporters, and we actually have seen the share of Greek refining in the European space increase over time as our refiners in Greece have become more competitive relative to the peers in the EU. So when we talk about the transition of the refinery sector into new products, we see that we can lead the way with some of the developments that our refiners are doing. So in terms of industries and products and sectors, we feel that we have something to bring to the table. And in terms of ideas, we also think that we have a lot to bring to the table in terms of thinking about cost effectiveness, thinking about technological neutrality, thinking about the integration of our markets. We talk about the price in Europe being very high, the price of electricity, or we talk about curtailments, where if you look at the map of Europe, you can see one country that may have triple-digit prices, and 3-4 countries away, prices can be at zero at the same time. This tells you that this European market is not quite complete. And this idea that if you actually bring the resource of Europe together, if you combine solar and wind and offshore wind and hydro and nuclear and biomass, if you bring them all together into one coherent single market, then you can actually have competitive energy. That is something that we are very passionate about, and it has required a huge amount of advocacy and analysis at the European level in order to get other countries and the European Commission to sort of articulate policies that go in that direction.
Okay, thanks very much. Yanis, the same question to you, really.
Three short answers. First, as we have said, we have a lot of possibilities: cables, metallurgy, shipping industry, cooling and heating. So we need to coordinate all this, creating clusters of green transition, not derailed as our program says, but which will truly have things in motion. Mr. Stambolis correctly said that Europe and Greece, when I say Europe, Greek government is not exempted. We have issued thousands of pages for RES and too few pages for heating and cooling. I have talked to the Commissioner, Mr. Jongersen, and we are now preparing policies for heating and cooling, which is 50% of energy consumption, whereas electricity is 20% and the rest is transportation. Third remark, thank God Chevron and ExxonMobil actually woke up the Greek government and other governments in the Mediterranean, and hopefully Greece will become an exporter of natural gas. But we need to be cautious. Investors for green, we have 3 times fault. we have a huge problem in networks and storage. In storage, with incentives of governments, the problem can be solved. I have my reservations because the Greek government is hesitating, but in the grids and networks that will absorb green energy and distribute it, if we don't communicate with local societies that need to have specific and visible incentives, not only environmentally but financial as well, no ambitious target will be implemented. With these thoughts, I want to believe that meetings like these can help us all convey the message, and thank you for the message. Thank you for the invitation.
Representatives, forgive me for grouping you all as one. I know that you all have very different roles and represent different organizations, but for the purpose of my question, I think I can address all three of you together. And again, I'm afraid I have to ask you to be brief, but we have two policymakers here. Imagine that you're in such a forum where you have two politicians, one local, domestic, and one regional in Europe. And you could put to them a single point that you would like them to address as a priority that would be useful in your mission. What would that single point be? Let's start with you.
I mean, we are an operator at local level, at country level. Therefore, our contribution is in the country. Of course, we follow what happens at European level and worldwide, but we have to concentrate our activities. As I mentioned before, and I agree with the colleagues that it should be a team work, meaning all the operators and the public administration should work together in order to facilitate and to accelerate the processes. As I said before, the balance between the different technologies is a point to be taken into consideration, to address. To rely only on one technology could be very risky and also more expensive. The experience suffered from Spain just a few months ago is a demonstration. Of course, this balance has to be created in a way that is effective for the country in terms of costs, in terms of competitiveness, and in terms of course, cost means also affordability for families and companies and industries. We are ready to play our role, so open to discussion, and we think we are doing our best in order to have a network which is a cutting-edge example, at least in Europe, probably also in comparison to other countries which are abroad, outside Europe, I mean.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you an opportunity to come back on what you hear from our industry representatives when they've all put their questions, so take notes. Helena, your thoughts?
Okay, as I said before, there is a big gap between ambitions and reality, and I think cost effectiveness with the many regulations cannot go hand in hand. This is extremely impossible to happen, and I think what Mr. Maniatis said is that there are many regulations, and there is not the voice of the industry. At the same time, of course, what Mr. Tsafos says is that we want to be the leaders as country, and we as a company, as a group, we want to be next to both EU and our country. But we need infrastructure, we need clarity in regulation, we need some kind of balance act And we want to be taken into consideration when regulation comes into in place, or even when the update of the National Energy and Climate Plan, because I think that it's not nice to to have so many expectations and at the end, okay, not to be able, let's say, to pursue. It's not the investment part of what Mr. Avlona said, that we need investment. The investment part, I think, is we are okay, more or less. There's a lot of investments, and there are even green investment funds. Okay, the problem is on the implementation side. So the infrastructure is extremely important. I mean, look at what happened with the renewable energy and the storage. Of course, we see storage as an opportunity. As I said before, we're not looking only reducing of the CO2, we're also looking at the opportunity side. But still, it's a problem. We have invested, let's say, in the offshore wind farms, okay? Still, we need clarity in the regulation aspect. There's been already 2.5 years, we're still waiting. So we're always, ahead the curve, but, we risk that the businesses are going faster than the country, okay? And that's the problem.
Okay, that's an interesting problem to have. Your appeal to the policymakers, what would you like to see them do that they're not doing?
Καταρχήν θα ήθελα να πω ότι μπορεί να είμαστε να έχουμε διαφορετικά.
We may have differences as companies, but sustainability is based on complementarity. What I would like to say is I will talk about 7 pillars, and I will be brief. I believe that in order for the country to develop in decarbonization, to be railed, not derailed, and in order to be able to be a role model, there are 7 issues that not only the government representative, but all of us stakeholders involved in that should see them very carefully. Decarbonization of the islands is number 1. We are in this geostrategical position, so it's important. The second pillar is the development of storage. Steps have been taken forward with the 3 tenders. We have this tender for batteries in the market. Even though we had some delays, what I would ask for the results of this tender to be published soon, and ADME to be able to issue the terms of connection so as to win the stake of storage. The development of interconnections. Due to our position, we are leaders for internal connections and international connections. A lot of issues have been discussed all these past years with development and investment in connections. We can become an energy hub. Open sea wind parks is a market for us that will create new jobs. Quite important for me is electrification of industry, buildings and transport. If we are able to do that, the renewables will be enhanced because more electricity need be produced, and decarbonization can also be achieved. And through 2 horizontal pillars, procedures should be brief, more specific, and not be short term. We need to have mid-term and long-term vision and provisions in order for the investments to be stable. And last but not least is information, education and involvement of local societies. We see that interconnections, as Mr. Maniatis said, stop because of the negativity. Negativity derives from the fact that people don't know I said a lot, but if we achieve all these, we will have better results.
But I think we're giving our policymakers plenty to chew on, which is fine. And every point that you raise, in fact, could be the subject of a panel in its own right, and maybe should be, but we'll stick to your priorities for the moment. I'm going to come to you, Kostis, in a second, but before I do, I want to give the two gentlemen to my left an opportunity to respond to what they've heard. Tsafos, you have, Deputy Minister, you have a lot there to take back to the government, which I'm sure you will. Give us your thoughts here on the panel, on what you've heard from the industry representatives.
No, I think the points raised by the industry representatives are well taken. There's specific issues around, say, storage or grids. Grids, if I can do a little detour, Greece basically abandoned its grids during the economic crisis. We had a huge investment gap in our grids. This government came and basically has quadrupled investment in our grids since then, so we're trying to catch up after a decade of basically neglect. Storage is another point. You can say we were too late. I can tell you that if we were too early, people would have said, why did you spend so much money on storage, on a battery technology that is declining at 20% a year in terms of costs? So my key theme in all this is that when we talk about trade-offs, a lot of times we have to come down to cost, right? A lot of times what comes across as regulatory certainty or firmness by the government can often be translated into state aid. And the reality is that there's too many ideas and too many technologies that one would like to support, but can't. So we have to be very careful about where we allocate public capital, and we have to make our bets wisely, recognizing that if we bet on all the things that are in front of us, the ultimate bill for the consumer will be totally unsustainable.
That's a very fair response. Yanis, your thoughts, please, from a European perspective, responding specifically to what you've heard from the company representative.
One comment, ένα σχόλιο.
Europe needs to understand that we are at a different era. The European Commission, to be precise, and the governments need to understand that we are at a different era. The European businesses, including the Greek, cannot survive global competition if they have 3 times more expensive electricity. If governments don't understand that, we will have unemployment, decrease of competitiveness, and we will have problems with growth. The European countries turn towards extreme right because they feel insecure, and the poverty is a reason for that insecurity. In Greece, for example, we have this energy insecurity because and we have energy poverty because a lot of households cannot be heated during winter. So the government and the European Commission need to understand that they need to focus on their citizens. But if we want the Union to survive and compete equally, China and the United States should tackle all these negative phenomena.
Is that particularly when we have such great representatives of each of the positions that you're presenting, is every one of you has a perfectly reasonable set of priorities and operates within a perfectly visible set of constraints, but somehow all of it's got to be made to fit together. Basically, that's your job. So good luck with that. Let me move along to Kostis, and I want to broaden this out slightly for you. All of this discussion that we're having basically reflects a difficulty with dealing with very clear requirements for decarbonisation in this case, in a very uncertain environment. Which one moves first? Who pays? How do you match one priority with another? But at the same time that we're dealing with this conundrum, we're operating within a very complex and fast-changing global environment, which is potentially in front of our eyes, changing the priorities that we're all discussing. Can you give us some thoughts about that?
Absolutely. First of all, I'd like to add up a little on what Yannis Vaniatis said. You see, we have, and this relates directly to renewables and the energy potential, the further development of Greece's energy potential. Greece is not like other European countries. All other 26 EU countries, and UK, of course, we increased to 30, and Norway, you have your boundary problems resolved long ago. We don't have. And therefore, we have a geopolitical issue. And we have a geopolitical issue which has started affecting the development of very specific projects. You name this offshore wind. We cannot go beyond 6 miles, where we know that most wind, stronger wind, is in the middle of the Aegean. We cannot develop geothermal energy on the islands because we need interconnections between the islands. We have lots of geothermal on the small islands, but unless you have electricity grids to transport this to the mainland, you cannot use it. Right now, we have an issue with Turkey in trying to link Crete and Cyprus, both EU countries. And we cannot do this because Turkey has a very distinct views of how this should be done, and I will not expand on this. Going on to the more general things, that is Europe and the world. Earlier, I mentioned that renewables are not that cheap, as many people think, and they're not that cheap because they have to operate in the unified European electricity system. And as this government very rightly pointed out, and Mr. Tsafos, I think, had the initiative, and he convinced the Prime Minister to send 2 letters, not 1, to the European Commission demanding that some changes are made to the target model. And although this issue was raised more than 18 months ago, nothing has been done. I mean, the much promised European electricity reform has not started happening yet. And unless we reform the electricity system in Europe, we cannot take advantage of low-cost renewables. So this is a big issue. So we find that the European Union is moving towards targets, but cannot really appreciate the involvement of the market and how market is responsible for forming prices. And this is one of the reasons why we have very high prices compared to the rest of the world. And the other fact is that we have not developed fossil fuels, primarily natural gas, as we should have. And unless we do that, we will continue having high prices. Which brings us to the very last issue. What does Europe want? Do we want a Europe that is going to have really low-cost emissions? I mean, Europe is responsible to 7% of global emissions.
And lower.
So what is our aim? To reach 2050 and have a clean and expensive Europe in a dirty world?
In a dirty world.
Thank you. That's a very timely point and a fascinating one, I think. And it's funny because 5 years ago, you wouldn't have asked that question, I don't think. And something in the world has changed that we now find ourselves in Europe basically saying, have we gone in the wrong direction too fast? So while we discuss in this event and in many events and in other fora our outrage at the reframing of so many issues by the far-right populist nativist strain in global politics, at the same time we have to acknowledge that we're moving as well somewhat back away from the direction that we had adopted 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. just another example of why these coordination problems are so complex. However, having spoken to all of you, I'm optimistic that Greece is in a great position to take a lead on this, because it has such fine people, such fine exponents of their specialities available. So with that, we're going to have a much broader conversation on the next panel about geopolitics, and that's going to be another busy panel. So I'm going to close this one at this point, but I'm immensely grateful to all of you, because there were a lot of us, we had a lot of ground to cover, and I think we did it very well. So thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you soon. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you. As my panelists leave the stage, let me prepare the way for the next group who are going to join us. As I suggested, as I mentioned, the theme of our next panel is climate crisis, climate policies in times of geopolitical upheaval. Now, this is a very broad, very complex area, but tremendously timely, very, very important that we cover this in today's event. So I'm delighted that we are doing so, and we have, as you would expect, an excellent panel to join us. So let me introduce them to you and bring them up to the stage. First, we have Rosen Plevneliev, who is the former president of Bulgaria and a member of the Nizami Ganjavi International Center.
Very happy to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you. Please take a seat. Hakima El Haite, who is a United Nations Zero Waste Initiative board member, president of the Africa Pact, Minister of Environment of Morocco from 2013 to 2017, VP of the Paris Agreement. I've still got a few labels to go through, and a member of the Nizami Ganjavi International Center. You're very welcome. Please join us. Gavin Schmidt, who's a climate scientist, a fellow at the American Geophysical Union, American Association for the Advancement of Science from the United States. Very welcome. You're our first representative on stage from the US, I believe, today. Gidon Bromberg, who is co-director at EcoPeace Middle East Israel. You're very welcome. I know you're going to have an ear out for events elsewhere in the world, but I hope we can have your expertise with us for the next 45 minutes or so. And welcoming back a friend of the conference, Nicolas Farantouris, who's the MEP, Professor of EU Law, member of the board of the Spinelli Group. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Very happy. Hello. Good to see you. Welcome.
Great. Well, let's jump straight in. I mean, this is, not a small topic, and it's one, the parameters of which we could honestly say are changing as we speak. Geopolitics is dominating the global agenda in a way that it probably hasn't since the fall of the Berlin Wall, or this is extraordinary stuff that's happening, and we have to do the things that we have to do on a policy basis within this context of tremendous change, not just things changing, but uncertain about how they're going to change from here on. So we're dealing with a climate of great uncertainty in geopolitics, and therefore in policy over the coming months and years. Mr. Plevneliev, have I got your name right?
Couldn't be better.
Excellent, excellent. I'm always suspicious of my pronunciation, as everybody else should be. Give us your opening thoughts. I mean, it's a big field, but let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you so much being here. Greece is for me like a home, and thank you for inviting me again. On geopolitics, one major issue, very important, and of course on climate policies. Geopolitics, if you look back, dear friends, then we will clearly understand the last global consensus 2015, and I was so proud to be there. 2015, two major global impact goals and two major achievements. The one was the Paris Agreement on climate, and the other one was the SDGs. And I was so proud to put my signature on that. Since 2015, there is no consensus anymore. We see very strong leaders, but as I usually say, strong but not wise. Because on geopolitics, you can be very strong, but strength to me is something very temporary. Wisdom is something that is lasting. So strong, but not wise. You can be the president of Russia, Mr. Putin. He could be very strong, attack, destroy his neighbor, but this is not wise to do so. And let me tell you, from my point of view, geopolitically, he already lost the war. Why? Because of his two major objectives. The one was that he wanted NATO to withdraw to the borders back in 1997. Never happened, it's the opposite. NATO is stronger, bigger. The second objective of President Putin was, he wrote an essay about that 1.5 years ago. I understand Russian, I read Russian. So he said, basically, that's the Russian world. And Ukraine is part of Russian world, it's our brothers. No, you see today, he lost totally and completely. Ukraine is a brave nation, reborn, strong as never before, and just imagine when this is going to be part of the Russian world. So Putin lost. Then we look at another very strong leader, President Trump. You can be very strong and impose tariffs. They never work on the long term. You can be very strong and say, I'm making deals, I'm a peacemaker. Peace is never linked. And especially if you don't speak about peace of today, but sustainable peace is never linked to deals. Peace is linked to human rights. Yeah. Peace is linked to rule of law. Peace is linked to institutions and rules that apply for everybody, rich and poor, big and small countries in the world, who oblige to the rules of peace. And as you see today, we have everything but not order. We do have a disorder. And you can be very strong like President Trump and say, there is no virus, it's a climate, it's a Chinese virus, or there is no climate change. Well, I believe strong, yes, but not wise. Because wise leaders, they have at least a scientific approach. They can learn from history. They can learn from science. They can build up what was achievement of former generations. And here my simple point is I'm coming to climate policies. Well, you see, climate, just look at my country. If you look at statistics, 2010, 2025, 10 times more wildfires, 2025 compared to 2010. 15 times bigger territory has been part of wildfires in 2025 than 2010. But there is no climate change? For me, there is. And because of that, when I was a Minister of Modernization, but also Head of State of Bulgaria, we've done a lot with few. And here is my major point I want you to understand. I travel all over the world. I talk to, especially in Africa, give us subsidies. I said, no, listen. Subsidies should be used in a very wise way so that you create with subsidies a market. Subsidies are not to be given and dispersed to certain people and industries. No, subsidy is a major tool of wisdom if you understand how a market works to create a market. And let me give you some very simple facts, because we have so many friends here in Greece, and sometimes they say, how come Bulgaria has developed in the last 10, 15 years so fast? If you look at all the data. Well, here is an example. We totally, and I'm going to announce to you that in 2035, we are going to put into exploitation the most modern Westinghouse technology, most safe two nuclear reactors in Europe. 2035, we have the money, we have the funding, we have the contract. They're all in place. And that is based not because somebody wants to spend money, it's because you have a market. Second, in 2035, Bulgaria will be the first, we have the ambition to do so, in the region to have the SMDs, the SMRs, the small modular reactors, 300 megawatt. Deal has been signed with General Electric. It's moving on. There is a location. We are doing the design 2035. And there is zero government money on that. It's a private-driven project because there is a market for that. If you look at renewables, in a sunny day, my country today, we produce 6,000, our economy needs 6,000, we produce more than we need, but in a sunny day, the whole energy we need comes from solars. we impose this wise policies in place. So today a simple Bulgarian can watch on his mobile phone and the app and he can say, I do what the dream of every trader is. I buy cheap, I sell expensive. How can you do that? Buy your own battery, put it in your yard. Even you don't need to have solars. But in my country that works. You can buy cheap in the night, you can sell expensive during the day with your own battery. We're not giving any dollar for that from the state, but it works because there is a market. Last but not least, we're very, very grateful to Greece and Turkey. Greece and Turkey, our neighbors, they helped us, they saved us because we managed to diversify our gas transportation systems today. We're linked to Serbia, Romania, Greece, Turkey, and when Gazprom, in a totally strong but not wise way, attacked Bulgaria and stopped gas supplies in the middle of the night, the result was nobody cares. Today, just 3 years ago, we were 100% dependent on Russian gas. Today, we're 0% dependent on Russian gas, and we don't care because we have a market. And with the subsidies in place, we managed to create a market that works. And it's a simple advice. Whenever you spend public money, look at the magic words. Public money is a platform. Public money is there to serve business, to expand, and public money and subsidies are there for wise climate policies to create wise and long-term solutions that can work, not short-term, just populistic decisions that might help somebody today, but damage the next generation tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Those are very wise words. But I suspect there are powerful people who might neglect them. Let's move on. Hakima El Haytek, your thoughts, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first to thank the Economist Impact and my association, the Nizami Ganjavi International Center, for giving a voice for an African. I think I am the only African here and I'm delighted to give you, I will say, a global but also African perspective. When I was negotiating for the Paris Agreement since 2012, we used to hear about climate disasters in Africa. Only Africa, only Africans, and generally countries from the global south were coming to the UNFCCC and claiming their right to survive because of the climate disasters, etc. Today, we are in Europe, and Europe has experienced the hottest ever summer in its history. We are in Greece, where you witness floods, fires every year. So this climate change is now threatening all humanity, all of us. No borders anymore. No wall can stop the migration that will be induced by climate change. And today we are talking while in few days we will go, our leaders will go to the United Nations and to Belém, to COP30 to negotiate for the objective of 1.5 degrees C. This is the objective that was fixed and agreed on the basis of multilateral negotiation to be reached to minimize the impact of climate change on humanity. This is something we did not reach. We are going to go to Belém, to COP30. Only 62 countries have submitted new indices, and the whole indices are putting us on a trajectory which is between 2.5 degrees C and 3 degrees C. And this means that we will witness double heat waves, etc., and consequences. To make it short, I was listening to all the speakers this morning, and by the way, all interventions were excellent. And talking about the leadership of Europe, of Greece, etc. I used to hear to the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. Tuvalu, the Prime Minister was always saying, if you save Tuvalu, you will save the world. And this is my message for you. I have thought a lot of who will lead the green transition, the global transformation called for by the Paris Agreement. China, definitely not. United States have withdrawn from the Paris Agreement. Who will lead? The only continent, the only bloc that can lead the global transformation globally is Europe. And maybe you can ask me why afterwards, but let me continue. Europe. But the problem with Europe, because the world needs a champion to lead this green transition. Even though Greece, you are the best ever on the world dealing with green transition in Morocco, we have the biggest solar power plant in the world. But it does not save us from the shortage of water this year. We could not have enough drinking water for all our population. So we are really interconnected. So Europe can lead this global transformation because of geography. It's very close to Africa, where the wealth, Africa, where are living poor people, is a wealthy country where minerals for the global transformation and the green transition are. You will tell me, yes, they are existing in Canada and in China. It's too far, too expensive. So minerals, this is the biggest reservoir of sun and wind, which is necessary for the for the Green Deal, to develop the Green Deal. So I think that Europe has this capacity to lead, but it needs three prerequisites. The first one is trust. Europe needs to fulfill its commitment. And I'm talking about the financial commitment, the transfer of technology, the capacity building commitment that was done under the Paris Agreement. This trust is very important to build partnership, because Europe needs to rethink its partnership. And the best option for Europe is this couple, Europe-Africa, because of geography, proximity, because of the wealth of Africa, because of history. It's important. So this couple is very important. And when Europe is talking about energy security and green transition security, it should think about the green, that we are not explaining green security and energy transition the same way. Energy transition in Europe is to innovate and to create its own industry, to be not dependent of China. You know that China is controlling more than 70% of the supply chain in renewable. Energy security in Europe means mixed, energetic mix, and Mr. Prime Minister was talking about it. But energy security in Africa means access to electricity for 600 million people, and means industrialization to allow the continent to uplift from poverty. So we need Europe to champion the green transition, to champion the reform of the financial architecture under the Paris Agreement, loss and damage, the 100 billion. By the way, we heard that the 100 billion was achieved and reached in 2022. 2023, we heard that 1 trillion, and Mr. Pompondero said it at the beginning, more than $1 trillion was invested in green transition. And paradoxically, in 2023, let me tell you, we have witnessed an increase of CO2 emissions, which plateaued in 2024. So where is the problem? Our inactions, of course, wars, conflict, and insecurity. We cannot develop anything under war. And by the way, we can decide to stop the war, but no one of us will be able to stop the impact of climate change for one generation already. So I will conclude by telling you something I love. We have discovered very recently that the sand of the desert, the Moroccan Sahara Desert, is flying and blowing in the wind until the Amazon forest, and it's fertilizing the Amazon forest. This is to tell you how much we are interconnected, and if we are interconnected, we should, under the leadership of Europe, give trust to this multilateral negotiation under the Paris Agreement and save Tuvalu. We will save together the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Gavin, we heard about the role that Europe can play stepping into a gap that's being left to leadership in global climate change policy. You can only, I mean, one definition of a leader is that they have followers. So Europe can adopt, you know, great policy choices, but if nobody's following, how useful is that? So I ask you as an American representative, purely randomly, purely by accident, coincidental, but please, you just go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me and having me here. I find myself a bit of a fish out of water here. I'm a climate scientist. I'm not a policy maker, so we advise policymakers across the spectrum. And I think I'm probably the only person here who actually works for the US federal government, but I am certainly not here as a representative of the US federal government. Let me just make that very clear. If you want to talk about that, we can talk about it offline later. But I'm a scientist, first and foremost. And we are in a very interesting point scientifically, also geopolitically, and I think that there's some interesting links there. We are at a point where the work that the scientists have done and have been doing for the last 40 years has become it's become apparent to everybody that what was being said 30, 40 years ago has actually come to pass. The things that we predicted would happen as a consequence of the increases in greenhouse gases have actually happened. We're seeing the large changes in the global mean, but nobody lives on the global mean. And so while it was just in the global average, nobody really paid very much attention. But now the size of the change, and we're approaching 1.5 degrees, means that we are seeing the changes happen at local and regional levels. We are seeing the increases in the heat waves, more intense rainfall, increases in fire, increases in sea level, storm surge, damages. All of these things were predicted and have come to pass. And it's a very odd thing as a scientist, because mostly you would think that scientists would be happy that you've made observations and you've encapsulated that in your physics, and you've made predictions about what was going to happen, and those predictions came true, right? Isn't that great? Isn't that what science is all about? Except that we're all human as well, most of us. And it gives us no joy to have been proven right. And so we are in a situation where we spend a lot of time talking to people because we're still making predictions. We're still making predictions for what's going to happen if we continue to emit at the rate that we are. Even if we continue to emit at the rate that the national determined contributions suggest we will continue to do, right? We are making predictions for what's going to happen. And what we can predict is that the impacts that we're seeing, even if things slow, the impacts will still increase and accelerate because these things are non-linear. right? They don't just go up in a smooth way. There are thresholds that get crossed, and if I run a subway system and the flooding level is below the level at which the subway gets flooded, there's no damage. But 1 inch above, then massive amounts of damage. And there are thresholds like that across the whole system. And so we can predict that those thresholds are going to be surpassed as long as we continue to emit carbon dioxide for the most part, and methane separately. If we want to minimize that, we have to get to net zero. We've been talking about net zero all the time here, but sometimes I get the impression that people don't understand why we think net zero is so important. If we get to net zero, our best estimates from the science says that global warming will stop. It won't reverse, it'll just stabilize. We'll still see some lagging effects with sea level rise. We'll still see some lagging effects with the ice sheets. But effectively, all of the things that are affecting the weather, the rainfall, the fires, all of those things will stabilize, right? Which means that we have a position to adapt, right? We cannot adapt to a constantly changing, accelerating change, right? And so if we need to, if we want to be in a situation where we can adapt to the changes that have already happened, we need to get to net zero as soon as possible. And every 1/10 of a degree matters. I was never very confident that we would stay below 1.5 degrees. Obviously, we are not going to stay below 1.5 degrees, but we have the possibility of staying below 3. We have the possibility of staying below 2.5. We have the possibility of staying below 2, depending on how fast these transitions happen. The faster the transitions happen, the faster we get to net zero, the smaller the changes and the impacts will be. And the science is super clear, right? It's not that we know everything. We don't know everything. We still have biases in the models. We still have work to do that's going to involve machine learning. We still have work to do that involves better observations, better constraints on the models that we're using for adaptation. And we need to work much, much harder at getting that information to you, right? All of this stuff is locked up in big databases, all of which is public, but it's almost totally inaccessible. We need very much to work on getting information that's salient to decision makers, to you, at where you are. And collectively, we have not done a good job. The governments have not done a good job. The scientists have been focused on different things. But we need people like you to insist to us and to our funders that this is something that you need. And we can, I think, do a much better job at delivering that.
Yeah.
So we are bizarrely proud of the science that we've done. We are terrified of the science and the predictions that we are making, and we have to keep talking in order to get past the blockages towards a truly net zero future.
Super. Thank you very much indeed for that. A great piece of advocacy, which we need. Apropos of nothing in particular, how well funded is the American Geophysical Union and American Association for the Advancement of Science, and how confident are you that that funding is going to stay in place?
Those are, they're not funded agencies. You should be asking more how much the federal government is funding climate research in general and earth science in general. NASA spends about $2 billion a year on earth science. There's another $1 billion or so at NOAA, DOE, and the like. And the budget is nobody knows what the budget is. And we're already in the new financial year, and half the people who would be working on this have been furloughed. They're not working. They're just supposed to be sitting at home.
Yeah.
And the money that has been released or has been slated to be available for FY26 is roughly a 50% cut to science funding in general. And for climate modeling particularly, it's about an 80% cut. Now, that's not the final budget. And the budget process in the United States is both psychotic and extremely dysfunctional, and so you don't really know what's going to happen. But it is, that's the baseline. Now, the Senate and House budgets are much more favorable, but they are not yet law.
Okay. Well, I mean, I ask for very obvious reasons, but, it's a general point that if the Ys, of which we're thankfully very well stocked, are giving us information that we find persuasive and that's comprehensive, but the powerful decline to pay any attention to it, that's a problem in itself. And no amount of, all it demonstrates, I hate to be pessimistic, but all it demonstrates in a sense is that our advocacy doesn't work. It's not, the gears aren't connecting. Somewhere there's a leakage of information and of trust. And I don't know what the answer to that is.
I mean, there's a general reduction of trust in institutions, some of which is justified, some of which is not, some of which is stoked by paranoid conspiracy theorists. But I think one needs to think of the US as much more than just the federal government, right? The federal government in America is much weaker than the executive branches in most European countries. And there are a lot of things that are happening at the state levels that cover more than half of the population of the US that are much, much more positive and doing a lot more. New York State, California, Oregon, Washington State, most of the Northeast. And the places that are doing really well in terms of renewable are places in the middle of the country. Texas, North Dakota are the leaders in wind and solar. So,
perhaps one of the ironies is that in the midst of this tone from the top, which is almost entirely, drill, baby, drill, and don't look at the climate hoax, in the midst of this, there's a population that really is acting according to a different set of principles, which is optimistic.
There's a lot of performative stuff that's going on that is not real, and one should focus very much on what's actually happening on the ground.
Okay. Super. Well, let's move along. Gidon Bromberg, co-director of EcoPeace, the Middle East in Israel. I guess we're lucky to have you here at all, because there must be other things that are preying on your mind today of all days. But this is a great reminder of the way geopolitics. I remember when I was 20 years ago, when I was first looking at macroeconomics. Didn't really think too much about politics at all. Those days have gone, and the whole idea that everything happens within this cauldron of geopolitics is very dominant at the moment. So give us your thoughts on this. Feel free to range in whatever direction you want, given the circumstances.
So thank you very much. And what's unique about EcoPeace Middle East is that we're a Palestinian, Jordanian, Israeli joint organization. I'm one of 3 directors, and we decide together in Tel Aviv, in Ramallah, and in Amman. We have 60 staff in our one organization, a third in Israel, a third in Palestine, a third in Jordan, and we've been doing this for 30 years. And we use the climate and the great evidence that the scientific community bring to us as a means to highlight to our peoples and to our decision makers that we claim to love the land and we're so-called fighting over the same land, but because of the climate crisis, there will be no land to love, and therefore cooperation to overcome the climate crisis issue is not a favor, it's a necessity. And I actually will show some slides because we're very much a do tank, and we have played a leading role in actually trying to move policy forward. And at the moment, we're heavily focused on IMEC, the India-Middle East Economic Corridor, that Greece is very keen to join, but we're saying that the economic engine of that corridor mustn't be the only objective. That economic engine, if it focuses on Israel, Palestine, and Jordan together, can also be an engine to advance the Palestinian state and the two-state solution, but also to advance Israeli broader Arab integration, climate security, and security in general. And it's on the climate issue that I'll leave my last 2 minutes. Research done at Tel Aviv University that we've picked up on and then hired an Emirati energy consultancy, Kamar, to look at, shows that the area of Neom, southern Jordan and Sinai, has the best wind and solar from Gibraltar all the way to the Eastern Mediterranean. And that combination of wind and solar is a natural engine of renewable energy that, moving the slide, that can produce, whoops, it's gone too far, that can produce 170 gigawatts of renewable energy, and not only supply the renewable energy needs of Israelis, Palestinians, and Jordanians, but export that and provide 30% of the electricity needs from Greece to Germany at prices that are cheaper than what Greece can produce, Italy can produce, and certainly what Germany and Austria can produce. But in order to achieve not only an economic and a climate objective, we're coming and saying that the interconnector that was described earlier from Greece to Crete to Cyprus, or from Athens to Crete to Cyprus, and then on to Israel, can also be connected to this system. And we can overcome the challenges that were spoken about earlier by looking at the issues in a broader issue, so that the Saudi 2030 objective of being a major exporter of renewables helps facilitate not only Europe's green plans, but also helps advance Middle East peace by seeing not only Israel as a point of export, but also Gaza as a point of export, that helps rebuild Gaza through an economic engine and not just through donor funds, that transforms investments so that those investments change security interests. If part of Saudi Arabia's export of renewables goes through Israel and Palestine, then we broaden the interest to make sure that fundamentalists, be they in Palestine or Israel, don't take control. The economics makes fantastic sense. The light blue that you're seeing there is the cost of electricity produced in Greece, and the red line is the cost of production in the Saudi Neom, southern Jordan area, delivered in Greece. So everything above the red line just shows the economic potential. And here, we're no longer working alone. This is a feasibility study initiated last month by ACWA, the Saudi national energy company, together with 4 leading, 2 French, a German and an Italian energy company, who will be studying exactly what we studied. So this is a call and an opportunity to work with the Greek government, to work with Greek industry to transform to utilize the energy and the renewable energy sector to build climate resilience, but also to help us build Middle East peace. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Excellent. Well, let's move along to our final speaker, Nicholas Farantoulis, MEP, Professor of EU Law, member of the board at the Spinelli Group. Nicholas, your reflections on what you've heard, your own thoughts on this topic, please.
Thank you. It's been a great pleasure and honor to be here with you once again to discuss sustainability. I shall restrict myself to speak on sustainability and the role of Europe. Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, Sustainability is not just theory. It does not concern climate alone. We cannot have a sustainable planet if we don't have sustainable society. And we cannot have sustainable society without sustainable economy. So sustainability in economy and society and in the environment go hand in hand. This is the philosophy of the report of the European Union. I was the author of which for the global goals of sustainability, SDGs, this summer in the United Nations, where I represented 500,000 Europeans and 27 member states of the EU in the United Nations. In my meeting with the General Secretary, Mr. Guterres, I reminded him that after this relevant and temporary approach of the United States regarding climate and financing, the European Union is becoming the biggest supporter and financial supporter of this organization. And I also reminded him that those who pays the bill have a say in the menu as well. And the menu here is sustainability. So if the European Union pays the bill, needs to have a say on the menu. And as an MP, I support that the European Union should be the leader, a bold leader. Of global sustainability for climate, society, and the economy, because simply it pays the bill. And moreover, because every day that comes by, it is proven that sustainability is a synonym of peace. Sustainability can solve problems. And a lot of the issues faced by European societies, like migration issues, social upheavals, and economic inequalities, can be tackled if we find a solution for sustainability. I was in Africa recently in a meeting with African countries. A lot of the problems faced by our friends in Africa and we in Europe are due to climate crisis. A lot of migration flows are triggered by lack of water. If we want a sustainable society, we need a sustainable economy. And if we need a sustainable globe, we need the aforementioned two. And since I am addressed to people that are businessmen and are well aware of the economy, let's ask ourselves which of our companies in Greece, in Europe, in the United States are most successful? Those that implement sustainability rules for their product, services, people, sustainability is not incompatible to competitiveness, dear friends. Thank you very much.
For that, Nicholas, as ever, passionate and clear. Wonderful. Now look, what I want to do in the remaining time that we have, I've got some questions which I would love to hear answered, but I'd like to give you the opportunity as well to put any questions you might have in preparation for that. While I ask a question of our panel, please think of questions you might want to put. If our sound guys could have a roving mic ready. If you don't have any, don't worry, I've got plenty. But if you have questions of your own, I'm very, very happy to hear them. Before we do, let's jump in. Really, this is a question for Hakima and Gavin, I guess. And I'm not quite sure how to phrase it, so let me just extemporize. 1.5. There was a slogan, keep 1.5 alive, which was a kind of recognition that 1.5 was sort of unwell, to say the best of it, or moribund. Gavin, you've suggested the 1.5 isn't achievable. In your presentation, you did talk about, you used the figure 1.5. First of all, is it achievable? And secondly, does it matter how we frame these targets and these thresholds? Are we learning anything about how the public responds to the messaging that we give them, which is aimed at persuading them, aimed at giving a sense of urgency, but could possibly end up building in a sense of complacency because, you know, well, 1.5, they said 1.5, then it came, then it went, nothing happened. Okay, there was a fire over the road, but other than that. So just some, as I said, it's not a very clear question, but just your reflections on that. Let's start with you, Hakima, please.
Thank you. 1.5. First of all, let's explain why this figure, it's not data arithmetic, it's about lives. In 2000, I think 15, correct me, or 16, we have asked the IPCC to work on whether we should maintain under the Paris Agreement 2 degrees C or 1.5, because the small island were at that time claiming for less than 2 degrees C, otherwise they will disappear because of the increase of the sea level of water. So this group of experts were working for 1 year or 2 years until 2018, and they came with science, and I believe that we should give the power to the science, because everything that was predicted by the IPCC and the expert is arriving now. You know, they predicted the shortage of water, they predicted the fires, they predicted the rise of the seawater. So we need to give the trust and the power to the science. So in 2018, we decided that it's 1.5. Why 1.5? Otherwise, some small parties in the world will disappear completely. So today, is it important to maintain this 1.5 alive? Because indeed, it's in danger. After many years from the Paris Agreement, we did not progress. We invested a lot. Many progress have been made in terms of technology, innovation, but in terms of CO2 emissions reduction, we did not progress. So this 1.5 degrees C is not only reachable, it's important and indispensable to reach it. Otherwise, we are just condemning population to die. And I remember what the Prime Minister of Philippines says once in our COP. He said, each time I am coming to negotiate under the Paris Agreement, I have the feeling that I am negotiating for whom will die and who will survive. No one should die because of climate change.
Thank you. Gavin, your thoughts?
I don't disagree with the sentiment behind it, but to keep temperatures to not overshoot 1.5 degrees, we effectively had to get to net zero tomorrow, and it's not going to happen, right? There's inertia in politics, there's inertia in technology, there's inertia in deployment, and short of a massive economic crisis, we're not going to do that. Are there paths that overshoot and then we kind of bring it back down? Yes, but the more you overshoot, the more challenging that task is, to the point where you have to find ways to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere that really, they don't even exist even on paper. So my rather realistic sense as a scientist who's looking at how fast we're going is that we are going to shoot through 1.5 and we may not slow down until we get past 2. And that's a tragedy because you're absolutely right. There are impacts and people will die and infrastructure will be lost, and a lot of that will be irreversible. Now, let me kind of pivot a little bit to kind of answer the rest of your question. 1.5 is a very odd signifier, right? Because if you ask somebody, is 1.5 a big number? They go, no, not really. Does it? It's a very small number. It's big in the context of how the temperature of a planet changes. It's huge, right? But in terms of what people understand by 1.5 degrees Celsius, the temperature in this room has fluctuated more than that just from us sitting here, and none of you have gone extinct. Nobody's died, and so it is seen like something that is small and not relevant. But in the context of a planet, it's a much bigger deal. Interestingly, in the United States, because they don't understand Celsius, it means nothing. It's just a signifier. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. And so 1.5 C in the United States actually works better as a signifier because nobody translates it into an everyday temperature change. Yeah. But there's this confusion between this political target and this notion of a tipping point, a point at which terrible things will happen. Nothing terrible will happen as we go from 1.49 to 1.51. Right, the amount of damages are increasing exponentially, but nothing special happens at 1.5. Nothing special happens at 2. It's just that these are, they're more akin to speed limits going round a corner than they are to statements about cliffs and tipping points and the like. And that gets a little confused in the public discourse, and we could do better at distinguishing those two things.
I reflect that it's absolutely fascinating to watch the evolution of the communication of this issue, how it changes over time. Because that, like all political problems, ultimately you have to persuade people because it doesn't matter. Nothing else matters if people aren't persuaded. And language and communication in that sense is key. Okay, well, let me open this up to attentive, curious audience who I am sure are all clamoring to ask questions. Can't see any hands up. Anybody out there have a question? There's a gentleman here and a lady there. So the mic is closest to the lady, so let's start there, and then we'll come over to the gentleman in the center. Please tell us who you are. Keep your question brief.
Thank you. I'm Zefidi Madam. I'm a lecturer at Pantheon University and president of Women Association of Greece. I'd like to ask you, which is the climate change soft power? How we use the climate change as a soft power, not only between the countries, but also between regions. Because we have some other approach now. This is the one issue that I want to ask you. And the other is, can we talk more about the gender approach of climate crisis and how we can have more women in the climate change negotiation? And I personally believe that we can have a positive result, positive results when we have more women. But we don't need more women, but balance between men and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two very pertinent and clear questions. Let's start with the first. Unless one of you wants to jump in, I want to hand this to you first, so give us your thoughts.
Thank you. I will connect to the previous question because, look, it's leadership. Leadership is part of something, let's call it, could be a leader of a state, could be a leader of a family. If you're a father or a mother, what do you want with your children? You want them to be lazy, just to do whatever they want? No, you want to set up the bar high. You want to give them difficult tasks to achieve when they work. Let me put it this way. If you want to fly, prerequisite for that, at least you jump. And if you want to jump, you put the bar higher. So I would address global leaders and tell them very simply about 1.5. Keep it 1.5. Even if we don't jump that high, we need to be ambitious. We need to work hard. We need to understand how important it is not to be lazy, but as a leader, you set up a goal. And that's the same about the power of climate policies and the climate change everywhere. Of course, the mothers are the most responsible part of society. They care much more about everything than many other people. But you see, the soft power of climate change is everywhere. Especially it could be in the social, it could be in the movies, it could be in the religions, but it could be the economy. Listen, just a very simple fact, and then I will stop there. You have a curve in the Mario Draghi report that says, you start 2,000 years back in history from the ancient Greek time, innovating democracy philosophy. Thank you, Greece. You were great. From 2,000 years up to 2008, you have Europe and the European Union being the richest, the strongest, the more competitive, more patents, whatever you can imagine, soft, hard, all of that. And the European Union also's GDP, per capita, per PPP, whatever it is, was much bigger than the United States, leading in the world, Europe, together with the UK, of course. Europe, Europe, Europe. And then since 2008, it all changes for 15 years, so that Europe generally is moving up on all those with 15% altogether, and the United States 80%. So basically, the very simple question, what did we do wrong, or the Americans right, so that we are growing up for 15 years with 15%, 1% a year on everything, innovations, and the Americans 80%. And ask a lot of leaders, I'll ask a lot of people, European Commission, European Parliament, you have all the suspicious theories in place, but you don't get the real answer. To me, the real answer is digitalization, stupid. Digitalization. Look at your mobile phone, how many apps you have there, European. The only one I have is Spotify. European clouds, European digitalization, data as the new petrol. Where is that? So we have a lot to do, and now we face a new curve where America with the AI is going to multiply it heavily, and we are still having the debate about where we are, what are we going to do, and I'm telling you it's going to be even worse for the European Union. So here's my point. I disagree with something that was said here, that actually to be sustainable is not part of future competitiveness. I should say it's the opposite. I'm giving a very clear example. AI is not just the AGIs that are going to be 100 platforms. You have thousands of specialized NGIs that will make all of us much more efficient, much more competitive, much more if we decide to work on that. And all those specialized eyes, the very simple question is, where is the European Union into AI gigafactories, AI data centers, whatever? And the very simple question here is, I negotiate, we negotiate. It only goes where you have a lot of excessive energy, and it goes where you have a cheap energy. And you cannot get a cheap energy with nuclear. You cannot get a cheap energy with coal. The only way to get cheap energy today in Europe, to have the AI gigafactories, to make Greece more competitive, Bulgaria, is to have sustainable investments and solars and batteries and all that stuff. By any means today, it's the cheapest energy ever. So if you want to have a blink in the future, you want to work for the future, you better make sure it's sustainable, even investments in the energy.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm very slightly shocked to hear that you don't have angry birds on your phone?
No.
I thought everybody had Angry Birds, but you say you favour European innovation, but you don't play Angry Birds. That's a terrible.
But I watched the movie.
Terrible confession.
Can I add to that?
The Angry Birds question.
No, to the question of the role of.
Very briefly, because I do want to get to our other questions.
So the example of this work of using climate to try to build peace is an example of soft diplomacy. So we were with the cabinet of von der Leyen last week at Global Gateway. We were with the cabinet of Suica, the Commissioner for the Mediterranean. And here's where we need support. We need to make sure that Global Gateway gets engaged. So the investments that Global Gateway, which is Europe's $300 billion of development support, aligns with its climate policies, so that the climate efforts here of soft diplomacy can not only advance the Green Deal of Europe, but also help build a more sustainable and peaceful Middle East.
Great, thank you. Hakima, very briefly. One from Hakima, then one from you, very briefly.
Thank you so much for the question. It's resonate with me. I'm coming from a region where protests remove regimes, and when civil society remove regimes. And this is to tell you that the soft power is very important to make a positive pressure on government. And this is very important to transform the global agenda, which is not talking and resonating with everybody. You don't know what we are doing when we are under the negotiation, but you will know what is needed for human beings to be safe, to be advocating for. So we need this soft power, and we need to transform the global agenda to a citizenship agenda. And this is the second point, women. Thank you again for the question, because if you take the global south, 80% of the task force, 60 to 80% are women, and the women are both victim and part of the solutions. So I think that it's very important that under the Paris Agreement, and there are many things for women, I think that our member of the advisory board, Maria, is dealing with a huge issue under the climate change negotiation for women. So we want women to be involved in the negotiation. We want women to be involved on the land for the solutions.
Thank you. Gavin, I'm going to ask you to hold off for a second, because I want to come to our final question. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm sorry for interrupting your applause, which was well deserved. So go ahead if you like, and let's applaud.
Thank you.
The gentleman halfway back through the hall. This is the last question we can have, I'm afraid, because we don't.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Nicholas Markatos, former rector of the National Technical University of Athens, currently Professor Emeritus, unfortunately, but still active. A question for Dr. Smith. Did you imply that 1.5 is arbitrary? Because it is not. It is one of the values given by predictive models, solving Navier-Stokes equations, etc., that predicts something between 1.5 and 2.5 degrees, which is very, very different. My own models predict 1.7, which is the optimistic view, if you like. Therefore, it's not arbitrary, and I like to stress the fact that with artificial intelligence nowadays, which you all started using, digging the data we have is going to allow us very, very soon to have the exact value that is given for the current conditions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. I suspect quite strongly you didn't imply that, but please go ahead and respond.
No, I think I did actually imply that.
Okay.
1.5 is a political goal. It's not a scientific goal. We were asked what would happen at 1.5, and we wrote a very big report. But we've also been asked what's happening at 2 or 3, and things get worse. So every tenth of a degree matters, but nothing. 1.5 is not a tipping point, right? It's a speed limit, and the faster we go in terms of temperature, the more the things are going to fly off the rails as we go around the curve, right? I mean, so I don't want to get it. I mean, I'm happy to have a technical conversation with you afterwards about, exactly what we're predicting. But, I think, we have to be clear that we have political goals which are based in values, and then we have scientific things that are going to happen which are based in science. And those things, they're related, but they're not the same.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Well, we could carry on talking about this for quite a bit longer, but we don't have any more time. We have a fascinating panel coming up on technology. But before we start that, please join me in thanking what's been a fabulous panel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
I'd like to gather for our photograph. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Mind yourselves leaving the stage. That's quite a drop. And we don't want any injuries. Okay, so we're going to move along to our next panel. This topic of technology, every conference I go to, every conference I chair, has a panel on technology, at least one. And it's because all the way through human history, technology has been an answer, hanging there waiting for us to grasp it, to every problem and challenge that we faced as a species. But there are moments when it accelerates, when suddenly it takes a very prominent role. And we're in one of those moments at the right now, and I'm fascinated to have a panel where we're going to look specifically at the role of technology in the context of addressing the climate crisis or the climate challenge. And we have a great panel with us. So I'll start by inviting to the stage Michael Bletsas, who is the Governor, National Cybersecurity Authority in Greece, and the Director of Computing at MIT Media Lab. You're very welcome. Giles Dickson, Chief Executive of Wind Europe. Giles, please come and join us. Emily Schuckberg, who is the Director of Cambridge Zero, University of Cambridge. And bizarrely, I've almost certainly mispronounced your name. The only English name of the whole day, and I've managed to mangle it. And Panagiotis Ladakakos, who is the President of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association. Please come and join us. Please take a seat. Okay, whatever the problem, the answer is technology, right? That's where we are today in almost everything. Every politician gets out of the problem of the future by saying, well, technology will fix it all. And there is certainly a mood that technology is one of the elements that's going to make a difference in climate change. In creating a sustainable economy and a sustainable lifestyle. So let's take a look at that, start thinking about how that's all going to work. We'll start off with you, Michael. Is technology going to save us from ourselves?
No.
Okay, let's move. You go ahead and expand on that answer.
It's not going to save us for ourselves. It's definitely going to play a big role in us saving ourselves, as it has done historically.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the most human of attributes one can find, but it's a tool. A tool can never have, despite what the whole discussion about AGI says, its own conscious aim, plan. And yes, if you believe the current hype, we shouldn't have this discussion. We should all work towards AGI, create the super intelligence that's going to save ourselves. Unfortunately, I tend not to believe in that, unlike a lot of other people. But look, we live in a country that we thought that our economic issues were going to go away by voting a law. in the past. Hopefully we have moved past that stage afterwards. But always when people come in front of difficult problems, they like to have very simple solutions. And AGI is a solution that a lot of people in the technology world look as a way for them to change the balance of power between politics and economics. Now, is it a useful tool? It's an extremely useful tool. It can help us with predictions. It makes, in certain cases, very good predictions. There we have to raise a flag. We tend to overestimate and to abandon analytical models in favor of machine learning models because it's easy and makes us lazier, but it works well in certain occasions just because the complexity, the underlying complexity is pretty hard to express analytically. Why am I saying that? Especially when it comes to climate, situation is changing rapidly right now. So your predictions based on previous data might not be valid anymore. And we need those predictions for a matter of resiliency. We need to be able to predict the impact of natural phenomena much better than we are. And we do, actually. But we do it by combining both analytical and machine learning issues. There is a great promise when it comes to materials. We heard before that solar is the cheapest form of energy right now. Well, I have some doubts about that. It's the cheapest form of energy because Chinese dumping destroyed the European industry and the US industry and made solar cheap right now as we stand. We don't know how that is going to proceed. And certainly that's not a reason to abandon research into long-term solutions. And the only real long-term solutions, we know what it is. It's fusion. It's nuclear fusion. And the fact that, short-sighted hedge fund money are going into that means that we have moved closer. It's not the eternal 30 years away as it always used to be.
What is it now, 25?
It's 25, it's 20. It's certainly progress. It's the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't, as humans, right now AGI is what we are obsessed about, but fusion is probably a much more attainable and valuable goal for humanity at this stage. When it comes to solar, we should really stop investing in deploying solar. Or, we should stop subsidizing maybe wind as much. We should invest in storage. Right now, Greece is, at the moment we speak, if we believe the analytics, we are producing 86% of our current demand with solar and wind. But most of the times, we are usually throwing a lot of energy away because we don't know what to do with it. The grid cannot effectively, dynamically reroute all the energy towards productive use. We need much smarter grids. If you look at what happened in Spain recently, certainly this was not a case of a smart grid. This was a case of dementia in the grid, and you don't need artificial intelligence. You need a little bit better, more reliable algorithms to control the grid and the flow of electricity. Greece is in the process of actually making the grid a lot more, applying much more finer grain control on the grid. There is a big promise from artificial intelligence in finding the new materials that we need to make battery storage more sustainable, more economically feasible. Right now, it's not really. on a grid scale. We see the same thing with electric cars. We have it's quite interesting there that most electric cars sell based on range. But if you look at the electric car usage, all of them, 90% or 95% of their trips are short trips. So most of them are carrying 2 tons of extra battery for the one time that they're going to be used for a long range trip. So we need certainly a better grid there. We need faster ways to charge them. We need more charging stations for them to become efficient, and that requires a lot more smartness in the network. And AI could help, information technology could help. I always like to bring up the Economist cover page. Is data the new oil? Well, if data is the new oil, AI is certainly the distillery. That creates value out of what comes out of the ground or what comes out of our daily activities these days. And it can certainly play a big role, but I think we are overemphasizing it. And right now, AI is probably not net zero, is hurting climate. If you look at the last deal that OpenAI announced, they didn't even talk about GPUs or things like that. They talk about 6 gigawatts of AI computing, which is exactly what Greece consumes the moment we speak.
Yeah, extraordinary. Okay, well, thanks for that introduction, and you've usefully, I think, distinguished for us between the different sort of senses in which we might use the word technology. It's tempting today to immediately jump at the large language models and promises of AGI as the definition of technology, which of course it isn't. And our next speaker comes from Wind Europe, where technology has a very specific meaning as well. So will you can respond to what you heard, or just give us your introductory thoughts on the role that technology is playing and can play.
Thank you very much, Alistair. I actually have some pictures. There's a clicker on the lectern, I think. Yes. And with some pictures, I will tell you what is happening on technology in wind energy. So here we see the latest large offshore wind turbines, 15 megawatts they now are. And the latest onshore wind turbines are over 7 megawatts. Wow. Actually, we wonder whether we've got to the point that there are diminishing returns, if not negative returns, if we continue to have bigger and bigger turbines. The physical effort of the installation of these blades, these are over 100 meters long each, is huge. If you make the blades much longer, you'll need very calm seas, very still wind conditions to ever be able to install those blades. We're running up to the edge of what may be physically possible with the expansion of turbine size. But there are lots of other things happening. Of course, these are bottom fixed offshore wind turbines. Here in Greece, you will have floating wind turbines. Good news, there are more and more floating wind farms around Europe. 5 in operation, 2 under construction, 4 more that have contracts for difference. One of them in the UK has a realistic price and may well be built. We expect to have 1 gigawatt of floating technology by 2030. What about onshore wind? More and more we are building hybrid onshore wind farms where you combine the wind with solar PV and, if possible, with storage as well. And that gives you a very high overall capacity factor and a very stable output of electricity. We are manufacturing batteries in order to support that, and we are also manufacturing things we used not to, namely rare earths. You may be aware that in wind we have this very unfortunate dependency on China for the permanent magnets. Well, we're tackling that now with support from the EU. There's our first rare earth permanent magnet factory in Europe, just opened in Estonia. Some people think wind is very physical, therefore it is analog. No, wind is digital. On a modern wind turbine, there are up to 300 sensors. Fantastic. Gives us a wealth of information about the performance of individual components. It allows us to make intelligent decisions on the operation and maintenance. But, of course, that creates a risk. Whoever puts the sensors on the components in the turbines not only has lots of data, they have the power to control the functioning of those wind turbines as well. So we have to be very careful where the equipment comes from. Of course, we have data, cyber threats, and we have physical threats. The Russians are attacking the subsea cables of offshore wind farms in the Baltic and North Sea. But here again, technology is helping. Now on the subsea cables, we put something called distributed acoustic sensing, which gives the cables ears so they can hear when a Russian ship is dragging its anchor along the seabed. We're also putting military antennae, cameras and sensors on the wind turbines at sea to improve everybody's situational awareness. Then technology comes into play on dis and misinformation. Forest fires outside Athens were caused by wind farms. That's the sort of thing we're up against now. But we're fighting back with technology. We are using software to detect where the sources of these malign messages on social media, the mass purchasing of channels on Telegram is coming from, and then we're getting ready to rebut as and when we are attacked. Finally, more and more older wind turbines are being decommissioned. These are the annual volumes from now up until 2030. What do we do with those old wind turbines? Technology has a role to play here. Some of them we sell on to other countries. Sometimes we repurpose the old blade composite material and make these interesting things. There's even an old nacelle, that box at the top of a turbine, which is being used here as a temporary home. We are burning blade waste in cement factories. That helps reduce the carbon footprint of cement co-processing, and increasingly we are producing fully recyclable blades. That's what's happening on technology and wind energy, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed. I think we all feel updated. I certainly do. Thank you very much, Giles. Emily, your thoughts?
Thank you. I know it's a real pleasure to be here today. I've been fascinated by all the conversation so far. I was going to pick up where some of the last panel left. Which is the absolute tragedy that the world is not on course to keep temperatures below 1.5 degrees. I, like Gavin Schmidt, am a climate scientist, and it's genuinely heartbreaking that we, as climate scientists, have been warning of the threat of climate change for more than 30 years now, and the world has just not responded with the scale and the speed that's required. I love being on panels like this, therefore, because exactly these sort of panels, and I think we've heard it just from Giles just now, are where you see hope in what is otherwise a rather dismal picture. And it really is the case that there are innovations that are exploding from our universities and research centres around the world that are driving forwards the green transition. And I thought I'd just share a few of the examples.
Please do, yeah.
From my own institution, Cambridge University. So Nyobolt is a venture that's spun out of the university, which is producing ultra-fast charging batteries for electric vehicles, for data centres, and for advanced robotics. If we look at another example, Zampla is creating plant-based bioplastics to replace oil-based plastics. Carbon Re is looking at producing AI-enabled solutions solutions to decarbonise heavy industrial processes like the production of cement, glass and steel. Another company called Materials Nexus is also using AI and also quantum-enabled approaches to look for net zero solutions. Lambda Agri is creating coatings for greenhouses at industrial scale that are able to adjust to sunlight and therefore increase plant productivity. And one of the latest ventures to come out of the university, Neutrino, is looking at tackling global supply chains and looking at how you can both reduce costs and emissions at the same time through advanced modelling. So that's just some of a multitude of examples of things that are coming right now out of university institutions. And in fact, we have a report that we're publishing next week that has started to map some of those just in the Cambridge ecosystem, and we've identified almost 250 current startup ventures just in the Cambridge ecosystem. So imagine scaling that up across the UK, across Europe, across the world, quite how much activity is now happening in this area. And it's happening, you know, all the way through the pipeline and up at the research lab bench as well, where we've got research activities looking at increasing the efficiency or the environmentally friendliness or the economics of photovoltaics or carbon removal technologies, and looking at how, at a systems level, all the different relevant aspects can be integrated together. So it's not just about technology, it's about how that technology sits in a wider environment that involves the infrastructure, involves the policy environment, involves the finance environment. And that's from everything from looking at how to enable sustainable road freight or sustainable aviation through to nature-based solutions, bringing in the nature element that's been mentioned a few times today as well. So at least from my perspective, where I'm sitting, far from feeling that the green transition is derailed, actually, at least in terms of the innovation agenda, it feels as though it's racing ahead. And actually, the competition is to be gaining the prizes on the podium, and who is going to be, who is going to be successful in that sense, rather than feeling that somehow the green transition has been derailed. This is a story of hope and opportunity in what otherwise feels as though it really is a story of a gloom and despair, given the climate threats that we've seen starting to play out around the world. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. And believe me, hope is extremely welcome on this podium and in general, I suspect, at times like these. The point you raise brings focus, I think, onto one of the dilemmas of how you frame this discussion. Because undoubtedly, you're correct. Undoubtedly, the pace and breadth of technological discovery at the moment is dazzling. It's extraordinary what's happening. So that much is certainly true. And as a species, we do have this bizarre characteristic that when technology is just in the future, we're fascinated by it and dazzled by it. And when it's just in the past, we completely take it for granted and as if nothing happened. So that's our problem as humans. But it's also true, that while all this activity is happening in clusters like Cambridge and others all around the world, we're missing the 1.5 target. We're perhaps losing, we're being pushed back on the very argument that climate change matters and that it's an urgent priority. So these are two existing realities. They both happen at the same time. So it's great that we have cause for optimism, but it's also true that there is plenty to concern us and plenty of things that are driving the urgency of some of these innovations coming to market, coming to scale, and changing the picture in the future. So that's my presentation. Well, and the critical thing that sits between those two different pictures, policy and finance.
Yeah.
because you need, we've got the innovations coming through from the universities and other research centres. So the kind of ideas and the innovations and the creativity is there. What needs to happen is we need to have the policies and the finance to take those innovations and allow them to scale up and to outcompete existing vested interests.
Excellent, thank you. Panagiotis, let's move on to you, President of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association. How closely aligned are you with what you've heard so far?
I'm quite aligned of what I heard, and if I heard some figures which are not absolutely correct, I will give you my perspective. First of all, it's very difficult for me to speak for wind energy after Giles. He's such a good speaker, and he covered a lot of the subjects. I will start by the last remarks that you made. We live in the middle of a climate crisis. Technology has already played an instrumental role in fighting climate crisis. So we should be proud of where we are today, and we should be proud of the achievements of technology. When I started my career, like Giles showed, wind turbines were, in terms of power production, 100 times smaller capacity than they are today. 100 times. And okay, my career is a few decades, but I'm not 85 years old, okay? My motto actually is never bet against technology. We have a lot of myths which makes us non-believers. We were believing, for example, that in Greece, if I put the perspective of wind turbines in Greece, a blade longer than 20 meters could never reach the mountains where wind turbines are installed. Today, we are installing blades that exceed 80 meters length in one piece. Why? Thanks to a simple technological evolution, which is called blade lifter, a machine that lifts a blade. It looks easy, it's so complicated, it changed everything in the wind turbine industry. We were believing that in power systems, electricity cannot be stored. Why? Because battery systems is impossible to store large amounts of electricity. Today that we are talking about, we discuss of massive installation of new battery systems in our electrical power networks. We were saying that renewables are so expensive, and the LCOE, the cost of electricity from renewables, will never go below the one of fossil fuels. This morning I heard a lot of disbeliefs about this myth. I will say it once again, renewables kilowatt hours, irrespectively if it is solar or wind or other technologies, are the cheapest source of electricity to be produced. And I do not agree on the concept that those are being subsidized by the Chinese. I believe I believe that the Chinese were keeping the prices of solar extremely high in the past. But this is a discussion that we can make. In any case, wind energy massively is not made. Europe is the leader of wind energy manufacturing still, and we hope that it will continue to be. And wind energy kilowatt hour is by far the cheapest kilowatt hour to be installed in our electrical networks. Now, one more myth for Greece, floating offshore. Everybody was believing that putting those giants in floating structures in high depths of seas is impossible. Today we have commercial or semi-commercial projects, and we are discussing of having floating offshore wind projects all around the world, like Giles has shown in a slide. Now, what is the new frontier? The new frontier is 100% renewables penetration in our power networks, which together with the electrification of the consumption can achieve a lot of targets. We cannot achieve this if we don't rely on technology, if we don't evolve new technological solutions. It's very, very difficult to reach there. 100%, yes, it's very difficult. And at the moment, I will agree that going beyond 80 or 90% is quite expensive. But should this mean that we have to stop trying to achieve it? No. We have to exploit technology and try to achieve it step by step, one step after the other. Today in Greece, we have a little bit more than 50% covering of renewables in our electric networks. 80% is a must. We will get there the next 5 to 6 years. Then the path is very, very difficult. True. A last comment about the new big tool around electrical energy, renewables, and the power system. This is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is already applied in our applications, in many of our applications, in order to help wind energy. Biodiversity, there is a big discussion about wind turbines and birds, etc. Artificial intelligence systems help a lot there. We have many, many other applications in system integration, in bonding wind with solar, with batteries, with geothermal. All these are applications that are applying artificial intelligence in our systems. And many, many other tools that we can exploit thanks to the big booming of artificial intelligence. The last comment is about threats. Technology is good, it helps, but it creates a lot of threats. Cybersecurity is a threat, is an issue in our electrical networks. We have to be more and more careful about it. The spread of fake news, like Giles said, is a threat. And we see fake news spreading around. I think wind turbines are more and more appearing as ghosts, bad constructions that will destroy the environment. The spread of this fake news, unfortunately, is due to the technology evolvement, social media, etc., etc. And of course, when we are talking about threats, we should not forget that there are many, many other tools of technology that could threaten our efforts. Plus, one downside of artificial intelligence is the fact that it's a huge consumer of electricity. So we have a tool that will help us to decarbonize our systems, and on the other hand, it's a massive consumer of electricity, so we have to find the good balance there. These were my initial remarks.
Okay, thank you so much. And I can see the looks of anticipation on the faces of my panel. Sadly, we don't have time to go into any of these issues. Fortunately, you've all given fantastic presentations and been very, very clear, I think, and generally given us an upbeat tone on which to move on. The next panel will be chaired by Alexandra Pally, who's the president of CSR Hellas, who we met earlier this morning. But before I invite her up to lead the next panel, please join me in thanking this one. Thank you very much indeed. Would you like to step forward and join us for a family portrait? Here we are. Yep. Thank you, gentlemen. Madam. Okay, Alexandra, over to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Να κάτσε. Ο πανικός. Κατάλαβα. Έχουμε free sitting. Ναι, η κυρία Παπακυρίλου. Ελάτε. Καλησπέρα. Σας καλωσορίζω λοιπόν σήμερα στο σημερινό μας.
Welcome to our panel. The topic is building resilient business models that prepare for a volatile future. A discussion that focuses on resilience, the key word, and how businesses, institutions can cope with an ever-changing environment. Resilience does not concern only what it means, but the ability of transformation. So we will see how resilience resonates with politicians, representatives of institutions and businesses. Our panelists are Mr. Nikos Papathanassis, alternate Minister of National Economy and Finance, Government of Greece, Julia Tseti, President and Chief Executive, Unifarma and Interment, Ismini Papakirilou, CEO of Hellenic Development Bank, and Mr. Stavros Mourelatos, General Manager for Greece, Cyprus and Malta, the Coca-Cola company, who will talk to us about company resilience and adjustment. I would like to start with the first cycle, politics and finance, and then we will focus on resilience of businesses. Mr. Papathanassis, Minister, Greece has managed to recover in the last years and support investments under difficult conditions. What are the foundations of this resilience, and how SMEs are supported to maintain their export power? Thank you. Thank you, The Economist, for this invitation. I am amongst the interesting panelists to talk about the future and today. In this spirit of discussion, and topics of this discussion has to do with volatile future. So probably if we had this discussion a week earlier, we wouldn't be able to talk about a development. We are just experiencing a peace agreement that changes the landscape in our region. Of course, there are adverse winds in the region. Now we are in the 6th year of our term, the second term of the government, and when we first got the power, we had to face a lot of difficulties. We, as Greece, have a deficit in costs. We nonetheless started as a black sheep in 2019, but now we are meeting the goals, fiscal goals set by other member states. How we achieved that, it has been repeatedly discussed, even in this economist conferences. But let's see how we want to move forward. A main pillar is the fact that since the beginning we wanted to create trust relationships with the market. Back in 2019, nobody trusted Greece, the political system of Greece. So we created an environment of trust, and that became obvious when we tried while we filled this investment gap. The business community trusting the state created more than 500,000 jobs, and Greece for 2025 will have a growth rate of 2.2% when the EU average is 0.9%. You understand what that means. We will be among the first countries in Europe, and in 2024 we will have a growth rate of 2.4% in a Europe that won't exceed 1.3%. So trust, fiscal discipline. We follow the rule, and we want to satisfy all conditions, not decreasing the GDP debt ratio. But in 2026, we will be below 138%, coming closer to other countries of Europe. We have lower unemployment, 7%. Now we are not ranked first, where other three are above us. And in 2027, we might not be the country with the highest debt in relation to GDP. So we created conditions allowing companies to trust the state and foreign investors to see a different aspect of our country. And I finish with the fact, an interesting issue was that since the beginning we had a strategy that was based on 4 pillars. Green and digital transition, skilling, upskilling of employees, having a high unemployment rate. We were in 17%. So we wanted to train people to allow our citizens to find a job, and competitiveness by supporting entrepreneurship. That was the 4th pillar we tried to support, and we will continue with them in the future. Most of them dealing with businesses are experiencing that. Mrs. Chetty, you talked about the trust of businesses to economy and stability. You have taken leaps, Ms. Chetty, as a sector. From your experience, how can this cooperation between state and private sector can be enhanced in order to have a productive model, and what is a sustainable policy for this transition? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, The Economist, for this hospitality. Mrs. Pali. This relationship has improved these last 10 years after multiple crises and unfortunate experiences we all experienced. Now the industry is not a black sheep. The relations between the state and the private sector have improved. That allowed us to be more confident in meeting our goals, having sustainable development and resilience as a key pillar, because resilience is the new chapter of trust that allows this cooperation so as for the companies to operate properly in ever-changing environments. This understanding is obvious at various levels, especially in pharma industry. It was a necessary step since pharma is an important industry for our country. In that way, having a good relationship allows us to feed our supply chain and help our citizens have access to drugs that are necessary for his or her treatment. We need more. We need more infrastructure, more investment on people, communities. We need new blocks, support of diversity, more support for women, allowing them to actively participate in the labor force. That requires more dynamic at all levels, with introduction of more kindergartens where there are companies, public transport more accessible, more friendly to people rents. We need infrastructure, and I was glad to hear in the previous panel that we have energy sufficiency, but these results are not seen by the companies, nor by the companies, neither by the companies nor by people. So I cannot understand how this abundance of energy is not understood, is not seen in our daily lives, is not depicted on our daily lives. We are optimistic. Our cooperation with the state continues with dynamic investments in pharma industry. We have the industrial park in Tripoli. A lot of companies have invested there. We move forward dynamically, and there is no doubt that we will have more jobs created. We need to be attractive for the employees to come and work with us. So social footprint of companies is important, as well as women in leadership. I cannot understand why women should not be included in BODs. Mrs. Papakirilou. HBD, the Bank of SMEs. I would like to talk to Mrs. Papakirilou. The bank that helps SMEs, HBD, has played an important role in financing SMEs. Please tell us practically how your programs contribute in creating more resilient business models, and how you cultivate to your partners this culture of adjustability and innovation. Yes, our tools are addressed to SMEs, and I will focus on that. For us, resilience is a company to be able to be competitive and expand in difficult market conditions. And how we tackle that, we offer finance, which is important for SMEs, to be able to have funds in the market. So via the bank, we try to multiply public resources, and we stand by the daily life of a company using our financial and non-financial tools. Sustainability is important, but sustainability is also important. Viability, that is, the Big Three, is a program that puts the companies in a rationale. They should have a business plan and be able to cope with a loan, so they enter in a business mode. These tools are very important because they have this training profile, especially when we talk about very small businesses. these tools can also be specialized because resilience is more necessary when we have difficulties. And there is a tool in cooperation with the Ministry of Economy. We put into the market micro loans from climate disasters, especially for Thessaly, that faces a lot of natural disasters, and there we try to create more resilient businesses there, offering loans with very favorable conditions, with quite low interest, giving thus the opportunity to businessmen to fulfill their plans, have the funds they need to move forward and build a resilient business. These are important to us. Respectively, we have the non-funding tools, Easy Tracker, etc., because we have an overall approach of sustainability, environment, social governance, and social responsibility. These tools allow businesses to self-assess and get ready for the future. All these are tools we use, we have innovations, and I would like to finish with the most important thing. The tools themselves have this notion of resilience. We have programs based on guarantees by the state. These tools go to the market and they return to the market via the businesses, so we move using a more sustainable development model. And since we move towards this transition, SMEs don't have many human resources, so it's important to have assistance from financial institutions. And of course, loans are used by big businesses as well. Mr. Mourelatos, the Coca-Cola Company, you represent one of the biggest multinationals. There is a dual channel to operate locally and have a global responsibility. How do you perceive with your size the resilience notion, and how Coca-Cola makes sure that sustainability and social contribution are pillars of its strategy even during periods of instability?
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank Economist for giving me this opportunity to be here with you. A big thank to the panel, to my panelists. It's a great honor for me to be here with you. Now, speaking about resilience, I was asked by my brother, by my son earlier this morning, the topic of this conference and of this panel, and I told him resilience. How old is he? Almost 8. So I say so because I believe that we need to clarify the term resilience, and this is what I told him: to become stronger after learning and getting adjusted. If we learn, we become more resilient. And Coca-Cola Company can explain certain things on resilience. I have learned lots of lessons on resilience. We are 139 years old, so we can definitely elaborate on resilience. So I would describe it as a 4-axis concept. First one, the local dimension. You can't become a big company unless you have strong bases, strong foundations in a country, in Greece, together with our strategic partners, Coca-Cola 3E. We've got 4 plants, hundreds of local suppliers. We sell at thousands of points. The second one is the vision. You need a vision for what you want to implement, to realize. A vision which continuously changes. A few years back, we said that we didn't want to be just a beverage company. We wanted to be consumer-oriented, providing drinks for different occasions beyond Coca-Cola. So we needed a different strategy and a different vision. Third axis, to put it this way, is sustainability. Sustainability is a part of our foundation. Unless we are sustainable, we won't be in the future. Referring to sustainability, we mean the different links we got, bonds we got with our employees, the society, the environment, the communities, and we'll discuss that later on, because we deliver in a way that sustainability is not just another activity. It is embedded in everything we do, the plants, the marketing activities, and the fourth axis, the last part, involves our people, our talents, as our groups, our teams. We put great emphasis on keeping developing talents, by providing opportunities, career opportunities, opportunities for further development. So resilience starts from policies, financing, but it's concluded inside the companies. So let's see the second part of our discussion, where resilience meets culture, the management, and the leadership. Mrs. Tsetti, I would like you to tell me how you understand sustainability in terms of entrepreneurship. Is it a tool? How in your company you can nurture to your people this sustainability culture so that your future remains compatible and in line with the future? Well, sustainability is to work with responsibility, being accountable in terms of the vision that we have embraced, always having an European orientation, so that the Greek pharma industry, having its basis here, be prepared to produce innovative products, having them through the world. This is a daily struggle whereupon all our employees are trained. We want them to be responsible for everything we prepare. Well, I would say that I would have expected more after the pandemic. Still, there are raw material deficits still, and I assume that we'll be having problems again sooner or later. I remind you when China was in an isolation status, and the problems with France and the French pharma industry. Well, you must remember the problems having with paracetamol, and we would claim at that time back that it was a necessity to begin having our own raw materials, which didn't happen actually. And I'm really concerned because this is connected with sustainability. This is linked with sustainability and the resilience of our industry. Biotechnology may resolve problems, but in terms of specialized diseases and specialized treatment, before that, we've got the basics. I don't know whether I'm clear, whether my answer fully covers your question. And still let me add that despite our efforts, wages and salaries remain very low. You can't have a very poorly paid staff in the middle of Europe. And let's say, when we'll have all these employers' contribution, alleviations, and so on and so forth, I would expect to have in place a more attractive environment for young people to come back to our country to support the cut-of-the-edge industries here in Greece. Indeed. And this is how will be the strong voice in Europe. So we are all active in the same society. We all experience the same problems. It is good that they are well recorded and which may allow us to take a united, positive step ahead. So cooperation is very important. Minister, resilience can't be exhausted on financial indicators. It involves trust as well. So how can a state nurture this concept? How resilience can be embedded, not as obligation, not a tick as a box, but as a significant choice and strategy for the future. Before discussing trust, which was touched upon in my initial introduction, let me say that the Greek Developmental Bank, after 3 memoranda, after a large part of the entrepreneurial community be left outside the banking system, so its role, the Greek Developmental Bank's role, is to enlarge the access points for all SMEs. This is a significant effort because it is relevant to resilience. Mrs. Teti correctly mentioned our links and bonds with Europe. And still Europe lag far behind in terms of green transition for different reasons, because of some strong countries. And we wonder why we can't have the energy of renewables at a very low cost, because we were left behind in terms of grid investments, because we've been through a tremendous crisis. Europe, according to Mr. Draghi's report, needs a great effort, funding effort, to support competitiveness. Referring to the pharma industry, and we represent less than 2.5% of the European population, whereas we produce 10% of the entire generics in circulation. This is a success story because of the trust that the industry has expressed vis-à-vis the administration and the state. This is what is needed between the investment community and the state, a buffer zone, to put it this way. It is not easy to resolve all those bureaucratic challenges involved. However, thanks to the changes having taken place in our country, the reforms, we have managed to build something different in our country. And at this point, let me remind you the tax reductions that we have put in place. I know that having a wealthy economy doesn't necessarily mean that the society, the people, the citizens themselves are prosperous. However, having reduced the taxes for the companies, and we keep doing so, we intend to drop furthermore the employers' contributions. Well, all those are efforts to further attract more similar investments. Earlier, I referred to the institutional part. There are different ways to support the business community, because this is the community producing wealth, producing the dividend, to describe it this way, which is given back to the Greek society through the European the Hellenic Greek Developmental Bank. We fund different projects as more than 70,000 loans have been made available. Thousands of small enterprises got connected with the banking sectors. Know Your Customer involves a pre-assessment of business plans so that all small enterprises can trace the path ahead in the industrial world. We increase we multiply similar projects, and we have got the recovery fund as well, making available loans to SMEs and, of course, big enterprises. SMEs got the NSRF tool, the NSRF facility. The larger one got the recovery fund, making available loans at a very low interest in both cases. The loans coming from the Greek Developmental Bank for small and very small enterprises essentially represent 80% of our enterprises having up until 10 employees and a turnover lower than 2 million euros. So this is a different spirit of support. And as for the recovery fund, there are two pillars, because in the public debate there's a confusion between the two. We got the subsidies where we have 18 billions that won't be given back. Possibly most of you have got a message for healthcare services, which was funded by this part, and we got the loans on the other, making available loans, and we've got similar number of loans given to small, medium enterprises and big enterprises as well. Of course, the plans of this big enterprises, big companies, are far bigger than those of the SMEs. So political stability, so that those plans continue, is very important. This builds trust. Geopolitical stability is again very important, and this is why this government has invested a lot in defense and certainly support to the society thanks to the dividend which is meant to reach our citizens. Thank you. Political stability, indeed, geopolitical stability. So, for corporate social responsibility and responsible entrepreneurship, I assume that there should be in place a specific strategy and a specific regulatory framework so that all enterprises know how to comply with, what to do in order to get a loan, to be funded by NSRF or the recovery fund. The ESG, because the European landscape has changed. To quote Draghi, a national strategy which shall be very important for our enterprises and our economy. Ms. Papakirilou, referring to small and medium enterprises, the sustainability requires a different understanding of risks. How do you contribute in shaping a more mature investment, long-term investment strategy, taking into account those risks? In our bank, we enlarge the number, we multiply the number of companies having access to different facilities. This is our spirit. First of all, we start from the very early stage. We have a sub-fund for newly established companies from 1 until 5 years old that find it very hard to get first funding there. We provide guarantees together with other favorable terms relevant to collaterals and so on and so forth, the interest rate funding, the long-term loans, the payoff period. So all the above make easier the access to loans. Meanwhile, in the particular facility, we have included as a prerequisite the platform which introduces the mentality of sustainability, which is critical for the funding and their business success. So this is an additional option. Easy tracking gives us data concerning the market, and this is an effort for further sustainability so that small and medium enterprises are not left back. There is a challenge because thereupon, because it is not something easy for an SME to handle those topics. We help them to meet those criteria. The framework is there, but they need to be supported in fulfilling those goals. And the microcredits, another facility which touches upon a different segment of companies, enterprises that didn't have access at all, or now with the financing organizations, we have created a set of 25,000 euros loans. It is a tool addressed to very small enterprises, and this is why it involves a consultation as well per NIF number, so that the support is well targeted, and this is a support and assistance given throughout their business life. If they need somebody to support them, this is an additional support, and we actually consider providing this type of counseling to all those enjoying of similar loans. to provide a holistic support to SMEs, an integrated support. The result up until now demonstrate that the reaction is positive. Easy Tracker, which represent a significant significant part of their community, gives us those positive results. And all the above are critical when speaking about sustainability. As a multinational, you mentioned earlier that you are called to connect global strategy with the local footprint. So what is a resilient footprint, a resilient company, and how you keep your local dimension and your local picture? Well, human culture is very important in that spirit, because we have systems, development system for every single stuff that are fully personalized. I need one thing, you may need something different. So we've got different forms for the development of every single employee. Second, there are continuous, ongoing meetings, feedback meetings. We get feedback as leaders, we give feedback to our workers and employees. And the third point involves our principles, whereupon the entire team operates. Respect for the employees, respect vis-à-vis the principles, and of course clear goals so that they are measurable, and thereon we base our culture, because we want our employees to be our best ambassadors. To wrap up the spirit, resilience means cooperation. As we've run out of time, just a sentence from each one of you, which is the most critical ingredient of resilience in the years to come? Well, I would say that resilience goes through trust. Trust of the different agency, bodies, social partners, enterprises, vis-à-vis the administration and the government. So I believe that stability, trust, and the continuation of reform are critical. This will be the factor which shall define our future as well. We need to avoid repeating the mistakes of the future, and for this reason we need to be very careful. Mrs. Tsetti, change the mentality and adopt something different, so that all people are equal in a united Europe, in a different spirit. Less slogans and more work, to quote an old song. I would second Mrs. Tsetti, and of course the tools, the facilities that are indispensable for us to help the enterprises reach their goals, because they need to be facilitated, all businessmen, in their efforts. Yes, I would underline cooperation, partnerships between the state and larger companies, between small companies and big companies. We got different successful examples. Coca-Cola is involved in the training projects with lots of small enterprises. Indeed, I'm aware of many such cases. I do not know whether there are any questions from our audience, whether you would like to put forward any question.
I would like to ask Mr. Papathanasis if for tourism, this is a pillar for the country. Tourism pays a fee of resilience. We will have a standard from the chamber that will set a standard for performance and sustainability. For tourism, do you provide funds from the European Union or local funds, national funds, to support the necessary changes of the infrastructure of hotels in the country? Tourism is our top industry, and the first thing that tourism requires is stability. This is provided by the state. That is why this year's data for tourism will be surprising, because tourism went well in 2025. Beyond that, we had a lot of programs, development laws included provisions for tourism, and NSRF as well. Tourism is also supported by RRF via loans. So we have the support through RRF and the investment bank. Since it is our focal point, in 2026, we expect to have more programs to support tourism. Well, tourism is a strong industry offering a lot to our country and its GDP. Anybody else? So we were, all of us, excellent, no question. So we heard how resilience is an index of maturity. A resilient model also means long-term thinking, investments that create value and consistency for the future. Thank you very much for being here, and I would like to thank the speakers for their contribution and commitment.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ και τον Economist, βέβαια, που μας έδωσε αυτή την ευκαιρία. Δεν έχασα τον Economist. Εμείς ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Γεια σου.
Θα κάνουμε εθνική στρατηγική.
Λοιπόν, να καλέσω στο βήμα.
And now I would like to invite to the podium Theodora Donakaki, Director, Climate Change Sustainability, Central Bank of Greece, Chrysa Eleftheriou, Sustainability Leader, Inter-American Group, Anna Vassila, Sustainability and Industry Affairs, Stella Apostolaki, Executive Director, Center of Excellence and Sustainability, and Meredith Story, who will be with us via connection.
So we'll have to share our time appropriately, we'll have to be rather concise. Before I start, I want to make an announcement in Greek, and most of the discussion here will be in Greek, but we have interpreters so we can follow it.
Before we start the discussion, I want to mention an initiative as an academic coordination of the program of ESG governance of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. I am glad that we offer three scholarships for participant students in this conference. The program, which is supported with UN Global Compact Greece, starts on the 20th of October. It is an opportunity for those who want to enhance their knowledge in ESG systems and sustainable development. More information you can find at the ECPA University website. And for participating in the scholarships, please advise the emails you received. So let's talk about education and training, which is considered essential for corporate sustainability. ESGs need training. Universities cultivate knowledge and the values of sustainability. Businesses turn them into practice. Cooperation is of paramount importance to form leaders that see sustainability not as an obligation but as a source of progress. This is the challenge of this panel, how education and cooperation can make sustainability part of the organization's DNA. Mrs. Zadoanakaki is education important for sustainability. It's a great opportunity for me to be here. It is a great honor talking about issues that actually interest us all. And we see the evolution of our thinking over these years. Now, education now, as in the past and in the future, will always play an important role at various levels of society, entrepreneurship, and the academia is quite critical. That is why the issues of sustainability can be part of the economic literalism. In the bank, lately, we run a lot of programs of sustainability because we go hand in hand. Without sustainability, financial literacy is not sustainable. And all those gradually help us manage more rationally issues that are linked to climate, environment, and other aspects of sustainability linked to society. This effort helps tackle problems. Education is important. Inclusions in economic literacy is important, and there are excellent initiatives like events like this one, the program of the National Kapodistrian University with its scholarships. I think this program is quite important. Other initiatives, CGI, in which we participate, that trains at all levels of it's important to have information in administrative boards. Not only the executives need to be trained, but members of the boards. And I see a lot of friends here running these kinds of programs supporting sustainability. Thank you very much. Mrs. Eleftheriou, do you believe that sustainability has to do with change culture more? Yes, I do believe so. I will give you an example because in our case it's quite important. Inter-American, we have introduced a synergy model of organization and structure. I will try to explain. Let's say that the CEO comes a day and tells you that I have exceptional news for you. I want you to be responsible for a strategic project that will enhance the resilience of the business to have access to alternative sources of financing to become to make the company an attractive employer, etc. So you will be responsible. You will have this role with a team behind you, and you will have no authority on this team. So the decisions will be collective in your team. This is challenge number one that I will have to face. This model in Inter-America is the matrix form with it is the Spotify model. Challenge number two, the Inter-American group has three sectors: insurance, health, and services, road services. We operate in three different markets, three different countries: Greece, Cyprus, and Romania. Different countries with regard to economy, society, and different kind of maturity in sustainability. Challenge number three, sustainable development. We mean the way business-wise a company respond to meet the challenges met by itself, society, and the planet, so as to be sustainable for the next 20 years. In order to do that, we need to have some radical changes in the organization. Summing up these three challenges I mentioned earlier, evidently that has to do with the change of culture. We change the way a company thinks and decides. These changes, in order to be introduced, is not just a PowerPoint, but it has to do with the change of the mindset of the organization. Thank you very much. So the bank sector and the insurance sector are quite important in training because they supervise and tackle with risks and opportunities related to challenges, climate crisis, and all spectrum of other risks. And you have the know-how from your nature, and you play an important role with regard to training on those topics. Meredith Story.
Schools globally evolving their curricula to prepare leaders for sustainability.
Yes, thank you very much for letting me join you virtually and join you in English. I think it shows the global representation of this question and this concern that we have here. So it's not just a question of what can be done in business school curriculum, but it's how we teach, it's the pedagogy, it's why we teach, it's intrinsic. So to be able to take this question and frame it to the educator, to the university when we're considering, you know, what is the pathway to reward, the pathway towards tenure, the pathway towards success in the school. Oftentimes curriculum is overlooked in that pathway. You know, we focus on our research, we focus on our administrative and our conferences, but by not paying the same amount of attention to the curriculum, oftentimes it's just not conceptualized in the same way to make sense of what we can be doing best for our classrooms. We're fortunate that at least these problems are being recognized. The ACSB, one of the largest accreditation bodies, has added an additional standard 9. EQUIS's standard within the EFMD framework also makes explicit reference. So the ideas of incentivization are growing. But in addition to that, the resources as educators that we consider in our curriculum and in our pedagogy are something that can add true value for really making a difference in the student, in the growth of skills development, in the physical sense, in the mental sense, but also just in how we see the world. The Case Center has put out a lot of cases, and Ivy Publishing, Harvard Publishing, on making sure that the protagonist has, thoughtful competencies that a student can learn from, can put themselves in the shoes of that individual and move forward with. At the Principles for Responsible Management Education Initiative, where I work in the UN Global Compact offices here in New York, we've been fortunate enough to work with the LEGO Foundation, the Little Bricks, the LEGO Foundation. And what they've been up to is taking their creativity and play, serious play model, and bringing that to business schools to say, if play has been the best way to teach individuals, if creativity is what expands our brains, then how can we go into a business school and come out with a smaller worldview to fix larger global problems? So the ideas of what we can do ourselves and how we can champion the causes in our classroom around sustainable development, especially evidencing to our students what it means personally and professionally to embody these, to show that you yourself have taken steps towards aligning your work and your mission towards these things. So it doesn't come off as a window dressing activity or something at the end of a chapter or a lesson, but becomes something true and pure that students can see themselves in. Because if we can build the skills towards seeing yourselves in the curriculum, then they can take what they've learned from the curriculum and apply it beyond.
Great. And are you satisfied with the extent and the development of business schools engaging with these issues?
It'll never be a true yes, will it? There can always be so much more. But the idea that we're here having this conversation, that we're not quite at 2030. We've still got 5 more years. So we can all keep working towards the Sustainable Development Goals together, but especially the vein of finance and accounting education, the language of reporting. There's been so many advancements in how we're able to articulate the problems and how then we're able to teach to the problems since they've become articulated. So we've seen large progress, and I'm happy for that, but it'll never be enough until the world's there.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. In the program that we're engaged in, that I spoke to earlier, one of the main challenges is how do you get the academics who are used to speaking at a theoretical level in contact and communicating with companies and people who are on the ground working with these issues and bridging that kind of divide. So that, I think, is a major challenge. And of course, that's part of what we talk about, developing a culture of sustainability. Ms. Apostolaki, θα μπορούσε να παρουσιάσετε...
Could you present the Erasmus plus the SDG for you in which we cooperate and explain how training is important for sustainability? I would like to thank you for inviting me here.
Well, this is a program that we really love, an Erasmus program, SDG for you meaning you, but actually is UN from university. SDGs for the universities, how they are translated and how we try to enhance the application and the understanding within the academia, in the academia. So it is a program with 6 partners, 5 universities and a network of universities, UNIMED. The Greek institutions is the Kapodistrian University of Athens, Pantheon University, and the DIRI, where I teach, It is a program with the 4 large axes. The first one involves education. In our case, it is education relevant to the goals, the objectives. We try to identify new methods, the most suitable methods to introduce the concept of sustainable growth targets in the curricula and in more courses. Real goals, not tangible goals, feasible goals. We want the students to understand the meaning of those goals, the sub-goals, the specific actions that must be in place so that they acquire a more global knowledge on the topic. Second is relevant to research on topics relevant to sustainable growth, 17 in total, covering all human activities. So research essentially involves different fields. It is interdisciplinary and intersectional. The third pillar, the third axis, is relevant to the communication of goals inside the university communities and the wider public in whole, so that the message reaches everyone. And there are different relevant actions, seminars, activities, ways we try to bring closer the community to those goals. And the fourth axis, similarly important, is relevant to how we may intervene and change the operation, the functioning of the operation, so that they become more sustainable in a way that all being involved in the educational process may get closer to the reality beyond the theoretical field. I know that in DIRI you deliver excellently in terms of all axes. In the Kapodistrian University, we try to see how we may change the operation of the university itself when teaching a course, so that they can experience the messages in situ, so that they build a different culture. In other ways, a university becomes a lab of implementation of different practices. Mr. Adonakakis. Apologies, Mrs. Vassila. What helps an airport to go beyond the ESG and get connected with integration, sustainability, and so on and so forth? Well, let me touch upon the education topic first and how we bring together the business world and the academic. I would like to stress this particular connection. ESG, however, as for an airport, is a multifarious system, to put it this way, particularly in terms of the E, as Athens Airport, as of the establishment of our agency. Decarbonization has been playing a primary role. For years, we've been trying to get self-regulated, to become self-regulated without expecting the regulatory frameworks, which is extremely important and which is a matter of culture. A culture, a top-down culture. There's a vision. We, as employees in the airport, we are called upon to shape the picture of the airport and report our actions. We are And indeed, we do fulfill our role. Back in 2019, it is worth mentioning that as of 19, we had the net zero carbon emissions goal, which is completed this year. This is a commitment that we've had even before this. The industry had it as a goal. Despite the pandemic, we moved forward. We've insisted, and this year we can happily announce that by the end of the year we'll be announcing a successful result. Practically, this means investment in photovoltaic systems, replacement of the fleet with electric vehicles, together with many more different actions. You can see them on the side of our company. So this involves strong investments, and it is enough to change the culture, the mentality. The alphabet soup, which is similar to ESG, corresponds rather to ESG, and in a company it is not easy for all people to follow the terminology we use. Well, there are so many different strong visions that are put in practice that finally the people themselves get connected and engaged in this big vision, working on it in the construction, in the communication of those goals. They become more engaged and they are proud for their employer. They are proud for this specific particular work. Providing motive incentives can become an essential tool in that sense. As for the academia and all the programs that train us, or our juniors, or the young people that are ready to get into the labor market, is that they got a common language which didn't exist until now, and it was actually a barrier in our effort to produce a message sent to several receivers. Our stakeholders, the interested parties, are very different, with different stakes in place and different level of understanding. So unless there is a common vocabulary to understand one another, well, this is already a handicap from the very beginning. So I believe that even in your targets, it would be wise to see how this gap could be bridged. I fully agree, and this is why the direct cooperation between the business world and the academia is essential, and it is such cooperation which gives birth, generates this common vocabulary beyond theories and so on and so forth. This is how everything is successfully communicated. So this is an excellent, successful example on your side. Ms. Sandonakaki, a central bank, how there can training and skills improve the accountability of enterprises? Thank you for the question. It is a critical one. Allow me a small disclaimer, because this debate involves my personal views However, the central bank, on its part, speaking about the training, could lead us from box ticking to the practical implementation. When we train our colleagues, our staff, the executives on those issues, how important they are, we may enhance compliance in a way that it becomes fundamental, getting into the essential, the essence of compliance. I would agree with Mrs. Vassila, the common vocabulary topic, and how through training we may build it, harmonizing all stakeholders. And this is relevant to the way we comply, the way we produce reports on regulations, as we are very stakers, we are policymakers. However, we can identify those critical points so that the sustainability criteria are best embedded. I've already mentioned that we go from box ticking to an essential leverage of those parameters. The EU regulations, the ESRD, it's not just a bureaucratic burden. They are there to enhance the way the enterprises adjust, how they are protected against risks, and how all the above generate opportunities. If I may, a thought which was wise message getting through, something which was highlighted earlier this morning. This is very important. One way we speak to the academic, and in a different way we discuss with the business world. By building joint opportunities, the message might penetrate in an easier way. Sometimes we forget that the sustainability essence by itself, it's a very complex issue requiring interdisciplinary. There are no experts, so the academia by itself needs, to communicate. How do you embed the ESG criteria in your organization, and what is its role? We've started in 2007, not in the way we understand it today, but by recognizing that there are other things important beyond the financial topics, meaning society, governance, environment, where the sustainability topics are on our agenda. It's an ESG member, the CEO himself, member of the ESG team. We have a task force, a dedicated team of 25 business leaders of our organization. All business lines are represented there. They are called every year to implement ESG projects related to their responsibility area. We got a sustainability team which essentially orchestrates the entire effort. And I need to refer to the success factors because there is a remuneration policy in our organization which accelerates different things to be put in place. And indeed, we have taken positive steps ahead thanks to such system. This is a totally different business model. This is a different way to produce, design, distribute products. We select suppliers, we recruit people, we invest, and so on and so forth. Thus, oftentimes we sit next to our colleagues and we ask them to change the way they would work for years. So there are two questions. Why do I have to do it for me, and how I can do it? So a person leading such an effort should have a wider knowledge field to be a peer interlocutor with all others, to understand the pain points of other colleagues through this process in the transition period. And of course, we have the business-oriented trainings, the ESG units, where we need to explain the 17 goals, to have a better knowledge of the landscape. But the most important point is for him to understand that this process maybe make him preferably insured partnered as opposed to another competitor. So this is a very important point, and we heavily invest in that. So we are speaking about incentives, bonuses, KPIs, and incentives that make leave a footprint on the activity, on the activity of people.
Academic institutions collaborate more effectively to mainstream ESG skills and thinking across industries.
Yes, thank you. When institutions join the Global Compact, there is that communicating on progress reporting mechanism. And similarly, when you join PRIME, there's the sharing information on progress. And in those two reports, they've moved from being social tell-all PDFs that don't really go too far into a true reporting platform now, which is guided by what it is that's actually moving the needle for the individuals, exemplars of the student body, exemplars of deans and leadership, but even of those characters you might find in a school, a university, that just set the stage and set the tone in such a remarkable way that it changes the culture, but it doesn't often get recognized. And that's something, those are the exemplars that we can learn from. And to look into these reports is what we've discovered is the storytelling component here, and to be able to find what works, because institution to institution, it's all quite different, but there is that same DNA of the people on the ground making a difference. And so to be able to find those individuals and raise those voices and celebrate what does work, whether it's a rector, whether it's a pro vice chancellor, whether it's a second-year student who really had a shining year, and taking those examples and making them something to celebrate rather than something that lives in a dusty PDF. So the idea of using narrative-based reporting to tell your story and to get out what works into the world so that others can honor that contribution and can learn from it and grow from it, but then also just taking the time to reflect on what works best for you and for your institution. Because at the end of the day, business schools and universities are a collection of very passionate, very driven individuals, many of whom have niches in very specialized things. And so to take the time to pull people out of that castle or that deep hole and to bring them together to find common ground is something that the UN is historically good at, but not something that we spend our days going, oh, how do we make this something more profound in business schools and universities? But really, we know that is the key to success there is making sure that we have strong connections with one another, within our institution, across our institution geography, like here celebrating everything that's going on in the Greek network, and then more across the chapters and towards the national and international levels. So to understand what it is that makes you special, to share that, and to then be inspired by others, whether they be students, teachers, administrators, leaders, anyone on campus that can be really pulling that narrative forward.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've ran out of time, so I'm sorry that we weren't able to move further. Just to kind of say a final statement, it's clear that inspiration is key to education from what you've just said. We have to move towards a change in culture. Culture of sustainability is key, so education has to think about how it does that, and cooperation and dialogue to form a common language on these key topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So let me invite to the floor Justin Mundy, co-founder and co-chief executive, Mapping Pathways for Security, and former chief executive of International Sustainability Unit of the former Prince of Wales, now H.M. King Charles III. Please join us to the stage. Also, Minister Thanos Plevris, Minister of Migration and Asylum, Government of Greece, and Alexandros Stutzman, EU representative of the West Bank, Gaza, and the United Nations Relief and Work Agency. Good afternoon. So we'll start with a presentation by Justin Mundy, and then we'll begin a conversation.
Thank you very much. Andreas, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, it's an enormous pleasure to be in front of you today. I'm very aware that we are the last panel before lunch, and we stand before you and some much-needed nourishment. And Andreas has been very kind to allow me to address you from the podium today. Normally, I would ad-lib my way through this sort of presentation, but this is such a serious subject, and it's becoming more topical every day. I thought that a few thoughts written down might be useful. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, we are not a static species, and historically migration has always been a feature of our societies, but rarely, if ever, at this scale. So if you will forgive me a few statistics. According to the UNHCR, as of 6 months ago, there are 122 million forcibly displaced people in the world, more or less evenly split between women and men, but 40% are children. The number of internally displaced people is now 73 million, meaning that 60% of those forced to flee their homes never leave their own country. But of those that do, 67% stay in neighbouring countries, which are mostly low and middle income nations, which are themselves increasingly made more unstable by climate change and indebtedness. Worryingly, Zurich Re has forecast that the number of climate refugees may reach 1.2 billion by 2050, 10 times what it is now. A refugee stay in a camp averages 17 years. Consigning refugees to a state of limbo, robbed of hope for a future, is not only abhorrent, it also cultivates a cadre of deeply disaffected, angry, and frequently traumatized people. Fortunately, at last, there are schemes to give refugees electronic identities, providing verifiable digital credentials and giving access to employment, education, and banking, while also assisting host governments with reliable data and fraud prevention. It is important to remember at the start that migration has economic advantages for host countries. The addition of energy, knowledge, skills, and experiences are often of particular benefit. When migration is managed inclusively, it becomes a source of innovation, cultural exchange, and labour mobility. turning perceived disruption into an economic opportunity for both migrants and their host communities. However, one must also recognize that these advantages can easily be offset by cultural and political impacts that, unless managed wisely, can have far-reaching consequences. Given the gravity of the escalation of migration and its politicalization, one might be forgiven for asking why solutions that address the problems at source are not being sought, rather than weaponizing the political debate around the outcomes. And on the latter, I wonder in this difficult and now, sadly, perhaps dangerous world, if one is entirely wise to allow the winds of debate to tend towards demagoguery and to blow across the delicate balances of our democracies, fanning the fears and concerns of the disaffected and worried, and those already shaken by untethered chaos and disinformation. We may do better to heed the lessons of the past, but whilst accepting the responsibility of the present. We should stop treating politics as a game of chess. For now, it is the chessboard itself that is under threat, and our survival is not mandatory. The drivers of migration and displacement are principally conflict, amplified by climate change and the loss of natural capital, and the attendant tribulations of food and water insecurity, starvation, drought, pest, and disease. We are overwhelmed with evidence that climate change and biodiversity loss are not political myths or scams, but real, tangible, measurable phenomena rooted in physics, chemistry, and biology. Every 1% increase in food insecurity leads to a 2% increase in migration, and most forcibly displaced people, 90% of all IDPs and 48% of all refugees and asylum seekers, are concentrated in countries suffering food crises. With 700 million hungry people in the world, we are not short of emerging catastrophes to cause further migrations. Water security is also a threat multiplier, with violence over water rising sharply. 347 incidents in 2023 alone, around 150% more than in 2022, in a decade-long growth trend. Most internal displacement events are caused by disasters. 90 million displaced people are living in conditions of high to extreme exposure to climate-related hazards, and nearly half of those forcibly displaced people are burdened by both conflict and the adverse impacts of climate change. Over the past 10 years, weather-related disasters have caused 222 million internal displacements, equivalent to approximately 60,000 displacements a day. As climate-related hazards increase in the coming decades, the risks for displaced people and their hosts will grow significantly. By 2040, the number of countries facing extreme climate-related hazards is set to rise from 3 to 65, the vast majority of which are already hosting displaced populations. Extreme heat will increase, with most refugee settlements and camps projected to experience twice as many days of dangerous heat by 2050. And by the end of 2023, over 70% of refugees and asylum seekers came from highly climate-vulnerable countries that are the least able to improve their resilience, so jeopardizing the refugees' return home. Evidently, there is little peace about food and water security, and there is no food security without investment into regenerative, climate-resilient agriculture, landscape restoration, and water infrastructure. The UNHCR urges us to protect displaced people, include displaced peoples and their host communities' needs in climate finance and policy decisions, invest in climate resilience in fragile and conflicted affected settings, and reduce climate emissions. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not going as well as it might. Clausewitz might have recognized the zeitgeist that prioritizes protectionism over partnership, that confuses tactics for strategy, and that renames defense as war. But it is not reassuring. In a world order that allows us the freedom to pay homage for luxury of overstretched budgets and the calm of restive populations, we appear to be confronted by a stark, but I believe false choice, spending on military security versus spending on humanitarian and development needs. Most NATO countries have agreed to spend at least 2% of their GDP on defense. Currently, defense spending stands at about 2.4% and is set to rise to 5%. 3.5% on military expenditure, 1.5% on infrastructure. Recently, some have somewhat heretically suggested that part of the 1.5% could be used to support nature and climate programs targeted at the drivers of conflict and instability. Global military spending reached 2.7 trillion in 2024, and if it continues at this pace, will reach 6.4 trillion by 2035. And as we know, but perhaps may not have learned, from the generally ruinous interventions of the last 20 years, the massive influx of arms, and too often mercenaries, into already fragile zones tends to fuel further insurrection, migration and displacement. The tide of weapons and proto-insurgents is a global phenomenon created in the service of great power politics, which are far removed from the simple choice of subsistence survival versus 6 months' wages to join a rebel group. Inciting instability and chaos, murder and mayhem, ladies and gentlemen, is not unremunerative. Conversely, the majority of the OECD's DAC countries have committed 0.7% of the GNP to aid. This actually stands at 0.37% and is fast declining. The Global Humanitarian Overview for 2025 estimates that $45 billion is needed to assist 187 million people in 73 countries. Unfortunately, by the end of August, only 20% of that, $8.6 billion, has been raised. This means that for organizations like the WFP, it is a choice daily of who lives and who dies. Meager investment into building climate resilience and adaptation and the consequent reduction in employment and economic stability increases the chance of food and water insecurity and the probability of war, migration and displacement. Under those circumstances, the $1 trillion of climate investment needed per year by 2030 for the emerging economies will not materialize, especially if it is anticipated to come from the private sector, whose appetite for high risk, low returns is curiously somewhat limited. The situation is compounded by the international debt crisis, which in 2024 saw 34 African countries spending more on their debt servicing than on education and health. This part of the poly crisis, despite efforts to form a borrowers' club and to reform the Paris Club's common framework, is still unresolved. However, by demonstrating the risk reduction capabilities of KPIs linked to building climate and environmental resilience, there is an attainable virtuous circle of reducing risk and therefore the cost of capital, so increasing access to capital, thereby growing employment and fiscal headroom. Dealing with the debt crisis, maintaining ODA and increasing FDI are not Keynesian luxuries that we can forego. Rather, they are critical necessities in building resilience against the chaos that we have unleashed. Stability can only be achieved by addressing the problems at source, rather than sheltering behind walls of exclusion, which, incidentally, do not last. It is resilience and economic stability that provide the security and ability to bring peace and reduce migration and displacement. We seem now to be in a political world characterized, perhaps as best defined by Edmund Burke's phrase of 1790, as the ethics of vanity. Whereas we move from enlightened to unenlightened self-interest, it appears laudable to weaken the institutions that have managed to protect us from ourselves. These institutions' principles are, of course, the hard-won pillars of our security that we seem to be so nonchalantly dismantling to stand triumphant among the ruins, inadequately succoured by the rather flimsy plurilateral arrangements we can cobble together as substitutes. Despite our budgetary difficulties, we must not abandon our support for the physical and social and legal infrastructure so essential to forge equity and trust. It is this trust, the real basis of peace, which underpins any effective sense of shared identity and nationhood, but which is itself built on good governance, education, and, critically, access by women and girls to education and the job market. It is the provision of funding, not the pledging of it, that builds trust between states. Similarly, trust will be badly eroded if the anticipated carbon or biodiversity credit dividend, focused as it is on supply rather than demand, proves illusory. Requiem in pacem, ladies and gentlemen, net zero, which is a pity, for we are running out of time. Last two quick points. A Scrabble word for you, velleity, a wish or inclination not strong enough to lead to action. And inaction is like the Sibyllin books of antiquity. The longer you delay the purchase, the higher the price you pay, and the less advantage you receive. Also, of course, our failure to maintain our investment into countries to build resilience merely provides a vacuum for others to fill, whose interests may well be inimical to the common good. History will judge us by how we determine our fate. As we look at the escalating threat of instability and conflict, surely there is an imperative to ensure that we are not complicit in the end of development, but rather that we foster peace by addressing climate change and nature loss, which are now the predominant drivers of insecurity, conflict, migration, and displacement, and that we do so with courage, speed, and compassion. For as Thucydides, a wise Athenian, the father of history, a general, said, peace cannot be kept by force, it can only be achieved by understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the broad picture of the devastating situation with the migration crisis and the interlinkage between climate change, climate crisis, and the migration crisis, as well as giving some sense of direction of how we address these. Mr. Minister, η Ελλάδα βρίσκεται στο σταυροδρόμι της
Greece is at the crossroad of people moving, generating crisis. How your ministry adapts its policy to meet the combined pressure generated by conflicts, by environmental disasters, and the migration flows. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the first lecture putting clearly the complex picture of migration. Let us consider migration not through political eyes, to put it this way. It involves an ideology, but either considering it in terms of human rights or the hard migration policy that I am in favor 100%, by and large they both involve numbers, 700 million that need to be displaced due to different reasons. Nobody can claim that Europe needs to get ready to host them all. So let us first clarify if the problem of climate change and wars exist indeed, and help the people back home there where the problems are generated, and consider on the other hand how this might be exploited in terms of this country they choose to move. The recent flows from Libya to Crete, in the 70% of those flows were from non-migration profile countries, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Egypt. So there they chose the migrants' profile to move elsewhere, flee their country. And again, other countries, Sudan, when indeed there is a war, it is a war zone. I'm impressed, however, from the fact that when you are in a war zone and you go to Chad and Egypt next to you, having signed those countries the Geneva Treaty, and you go through another country more dangerous in order for you to reach another country, Greece. And indeed, 60–70% of the people coming in are 17 to 25 years old. I assume that in a major climate changes or in the middle of a war, you would expect families to move first. The flows of 2050 represent by 85% men and only 15% women and children. So it is clear, we need to have a clear message, and this is the spirit of first reception country, Greece. When people are coming in, we've penalized illegal stay in our country precisely for this reason. When asylum request is rejected, he/she would be in jail 2 to 5 years unless he accepts to go back. On the other hand, there are real migrants. There we need integration mechanism. which involves a process for examining the asylum request, and beneficiaries, depending on the needs of eventual societies, may decide where to locate them. In the next years, we'll be in need of 200,000 people as a labor force in non-attractive jobs in order to maintain the 2% growth. So we need to consider how the people coming in may get integrated in this labor force without encouraging them to get benefits or whatever to live on. We are preparing a piece of legislation because it has been clear that there are problems that we haven't resolved, and oftentimes it is true that illegal migration, it's a necessary alternative for some people because there are no legal ways for them to reach Greece legally and work here. So we need an enormous fence to block them out, however, keeping a door open for those that under the refugee style for different reasons, may get easily integrated in our labor force. But we insist that there must be a distinction so that those benefits are enjoyed by those that are in real danger, in need, and not for those that claim they suffer. So we need to have a clear mind when someone is coming from a country which isn't as those described in the Geneva Treaty. Well, our attitude must be clear-cut. No other options save the one of sending all them back.
Or the wider Middle East, where displacement is chronic and climate vulnerability is rising, how can humanitarian responses evolve to integrate climate resilience and sustainability from the start?
Yeah, thank you very much, Andreas, and it's always a pleasure to be back here in Athens for this particularly valuable conference. Maybe the day couldn't be a better chosen day when it comes to Gaza. It's the first happy day that we're having within 2 years of dramatic and even tragic history for the region as a whole. It is a happy day. It is a day full of hope. The remaining living hostages have been released. President Trump just addressed the Israeli parliament, and the leaders are gathering this afternoon in Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh, to discuss the day after. And this is where we are. Hopefully, today is also the end of another issue. I mean, migration is a topic here. Maybe today is when we avoided to have a Gaza migration issue. Because what is at stake here is not only the release of the hostages, the prisoners that have been liberated as a compensation in the deal, but also the fact that today is the start for the people of Gaza to be able to return, I want to say to their homes, but most of their homes have been destroyed, but at least to return to where they came from or where they had to flee in order to build the future the day after. Now, the EU has been present on this matter quite consequently over the last 2 years in terms of aid, in accompanying the Palestinian Authority in its reforms, and in providing for the well-being of the Palestinian people. This is to continue in the process, in the new chapter that we're about to open. But of course, the reality is it's a combination of the long term and the short term. There are some urgencies here, which is about life, which is about people surviving, which is about humanitarian aid, which is about providing that humanitarian aid into Gaza, which hasn't happened over the last few months. It's about covering basic needs. It's about providing water. It's about providing food. It's about providing shelter. It's about looking about housing, permanent housing. It's about removal of debris and, I mean, all what the war has left behind. But on the other hand, there's a long-term track, which is about building sustainable peace. And that peace has to envisage all the various dimensions. If you allow me to have a little bit of an overview of the state of the land, what we have is an entire population, if we focus on Gaza, and I'll leave the West Bank for the moment on the side, about 2 million people that have been internally displaced several times for most of them. We do have overcrowded shelters, a lack of sanitation, lack of clean water, of basic services, and the combination of both the consequences of the military operation and those most long-term consequences of what would be an ecological, or this morning I think it was said for Ukraine, an ecocide. I think we pretty much have to face that situation over there as well. Environmental damage, the soil, fresh water, the coastlines. So any plan that comes into the game, once the first humanitarian needs are met, is of course to consider a smart climate recovery plan. And this is what the international community has to look at, which would remedy to the water scarcity, to the food insecurity, and to the infrastructure damage. Now, if we look at that, the dimensions that have to be integrated in this humanitarian response, for instance, the reconstruction of the water supply and the sanitary systems, efforts to manage the solid waste and minimize the pollution of debris clearance, for instance, because all what will be the next step might also produce pollution and CO2. All this would have an immediate positive impact on the population. It would also minimize health outbreaks and pollution risks. At the same time, it's important to protect, on the long term, the ecosystems and the environmental sensitive areas from inappropriate activities, debris dumping, waste disposal, informal construction. So a lot of very complex, multi-layered challenges where, of course, the international community will have to come in and accompany, while also empowering the people themselves to do it. The reconstruction planning processes that are being imagined, designed, will have to take that dimension on board. It should include science-based assessments. We have to remember that before the war, Gaza had quite an expertise on the matter, including Palestinian environmental specialists, scientists, a significant body of expertise, which is gone, but which would have to be restored and re-brought back again. So the EU is looking at this in its various partnerships. This is where we will be working on. This week is also coincidentally the moment where the Commission will adopt its new communication on the Mediterranean Partnership, which is the result of while auditing an appeal of the different actors at stake, and which is to propose tailor-made partnerships for the various countries within the Mediterranean in order to tackle the common collective challenges, but also the more specific ones, like the one of Palestine, for instance.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I come to a couple of new questions, I'm just wondering if there's anyone in the audience that would like to raise a question. Anyone out there? Okay, I'll come back then to Mr. Minister.
Migration oftentimes is politicized. However, the sustainable management requires long-term design and planning, the trust on the part of the society. So the question is, what tools can be used by the governments to put migration in a sustainable plan instead of considering it justice crisis. I know that this is not strictly connected with the climate. Sooner or later, however, we must consider this factor as well as it exists. The mechanism, however, is a bit confusing. A war, a conflict might create droughts or whatever, and vice versa, so that we come up with migration flows. So what tools would you consider? I don't disagree that climate crisis generate migration as well. However, I want to consider just those moving for this purpose instead of exploiting those and urging them to flee. Sooner or later, we'll be asked to implement, as of June 26, the new agreement on migration. Until now, the first reception countries were more or less transit countries. That is, the migrants would go through wishing to reach either Germany or UK or France. Nowadays, due to the change of the migration policy in those countries, the first reception countries will need to be prepared to examine very quickly the applications and decide those that need to be sent back or those that can stay in the country. We wish the 30 structures, housing structures, hosting structures that we have, to have them grouped in two different types. One for those that have no apparent reason for moving towards Europe, meaning coming for financial purposes. There will have an administrative retention and then they'll be expelled. In all other structures, we'll have people that will fall under this migration profile described earlier. In the first day, we'll have training programs in order to have them integrated at a later stage in the labor market. Such a policy for the size of Greece will be serving sustainability and resilience as it tries to cover, on the one hand, the needs of the Greek society with a population that justifies its mobility towards Athens, towards Greece, and on the other hand, we'll be having a very strict plan for those that need to be sent back because they arrived a country without apparent reason. We are speaking about 40,000 people. Our returns are 6,000 to 7,000 currently. So we need to increase the number of returns. Those enjoying of the asylum status and they decide to move in other countries, well, will be expected to have them integrated in those programs.
Currently, there's pressure to reach the tables for food. Now, the climate crisis, as we see, is central to migration. We also see that migration has led to a rise of populism. The populism then itself gives rise to climate denialism. How do we break that vicious cycle? Are there any tools that we have at our disposal to doing that? Not an easy question, I realize. I don't know if someone wants to.
Just two quick responses, I think. The first is that it's increasingly important that A, we keep our nerve, and B, that we keep the truth as well. I mean, we have some world-class eminent scientists amongst us who've spoken very well. We must not allow the sort of be too beguiled by populism to move away from the truth. So that absolutely has to be key. Second point, if I may quickly, is that and the Minister has my deepest sympathy. This is not an easy portfolio, and it's going to get more difficult every year and every decade that passes. But I've set up a platform with a colleague, Nadine Cotel, which is trying to prioritize finance and interventions to address the drivers of climate change and migration. If we allow ourselves to think that we can only respond by, as I said, exclusion, that process of them and us is going to lend to an increased level of populism, because we define ourselves in opposition to each other rather than actually realizing what we have in common. And keeping that perspective, that humanity, is, I think, really important, because we can resolve food insecurity at the moment. We just have to be very clear how and where we spend the money.
Would you like to say
a
few words?
Maybe, to add on this, I think if I take my usual environment, obviously the climate change crisis in the Mediterranean can be felt even more than elsewhere. But by providing solutions on the ground that keep people where they are, which is what we're doing. If I take the example of Palestine, the last 2 years, we've been actively fostering green economy in the West Bank. Now, that sounds paradoxical. On the one hand, you have a war, you're in a crisis in the conflict area, but nevertheless, they are forces who want to move ahead. We've been working with the business sector, with small and medium enterprises, accompanying their reform towards a green economy. Now, of course, there's all the other impediments that are linked to conflict, but once those are removed, you're facing exactly the situation that you can face elsewhere. And therefore, it's not an excuse not to come up with the tools to master also those aspects which allow you to do business in a way which is friendly to the planet, but at the same time provides the well-being for the people who have a job, want to stay, and actually are contributing positively to fight also those global challenges by doing that.
Exactly. Great.
Είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον το πώς μπορεί να συνδυάζεται.
It's very interesting on how we can combine politics to populism. Usually populism starts when there is a real problem we haven't managed to tackle, to solve. So we need to be sincere towards people and listen to what people have to say. Public opinion has changed in the last years, being more strict towards migrants and refugees. When some people, local societies, see their communities change identity, or the principles of Western civilization are questioned and tolerance is translated as allowing others to impose their lifestyle, we see eventually that Western societies to become stricter. We see Germany, which in the past invited refugees and migrants. Now it changes page. In Greece, we have been receiving refugees for many years now. We can give a response to populism with very concrete answers. So we need to deal with migration as it is. It is a phenomenon that has been existing for years, but we need also to respect the will of societies that this phenomenon should be controlled, and it is important to give people via procedures to allow people to come to our country and stay here, be integrated or cooperate with other countries to hold huge flows. I agree that real problems are in the root of populism, and if we want to give an answer to populism, we need to give an answer to those problems. Thank you very much, all of you.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Thank you, Minister.
Tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed.
White and Matt Damon, who are co-founders of Water.org and Water Equity. So the two of you came together to found